I promised Peter 3 minutes, and it may go even a little less. If you could kindly always. So first, I'm pleased and honored to welcome you all, and it's our pleasure, McCarthy Tétrault, to be hosting this event. I just want to take a couple of minutes to talk about three things. The first is the strong ties between Canada and Brazil. Second is a little bit about my experience in Brazil and why I'm so excited about the opportunities and pursuing those opportunities with you. And thirdly, just a word about what I see as our roles in those collaborations and how we can perhaps help you, and not necessarily today, but when you're in. So, in terms of the historical ties, as many of you know, there have been for a long time very close ties between the governments and businesses of Brazil. There are important treaties and multi-level collaborations, including, as was mentioned last night, the free trade agreement, which is in the process of being negotiated and could yield some exciting results. There is a long history of investments by Canadian institutional investors in Brazil, our pension funds in particular, our banks, and of course, many of you know that for more than 100 years, Brookfield and Brascout has been one of the leading investors in Brazil. Areas of particular note that we see are mining, finance, infrastructure, and manufacturing. But there's also an extremely broad and ever-expanding list of other industry collaborations, such as varied as aerospace, agriculture, clean tech, education, information and communications tech, oil and gas, digital tech, renewables, and defense. And as I was just mentioning, I think given the growth and maturity of what's happening in Brazil and what I see, that list is just going to expand exponentially. So that's very exciting. And there's also a long history of investment by Brazilian companies such as Vale in Canada. And I just noticed in terms of stats, in terms of trends, the bilateral merchandise trade was the highest ever in 2024. And obviously, we're all talking about in 2025 growing and expanding our relationships and it becoming ever more important for us to do that. And finally, and particularly near and dear to my heart, the Canadian capital markets have long recognized the value and opportunities of Brazilian-based projects and businesses. There is, Rob Peterman's not here yet, but there are 40 issuers listed between the Toronto Stock Exchange and the TSX Venture Exchange that are strongly connected to Brazil. So equally importantly, our stock exchange rules and our securities laws provide tremendous flexibility for smaller and mid-cap companies to come and go public here and then make it very easy to raise money afterwards. So that's something I particularly like and enjoy talking about with people. Now, just a word about my personal experience. Through my many business and leisure visits to Brazil over the last 20 years, and working on transactions and initiatives involving Brazilian businesses, I have seen firsthand the can-do attitude and initiatives and opportunities in Brazil. I was also gratified to have been legal counsel and then a co-chair of a Brazilian company that has built a world-class project, which is not only taking a prominent role in the global mining industry, but is also empowering and improving the lives of some of the people in the most deserving and needy areas of Brazil. So that has become firsthand evidence to me of what can be achieved, and it's been dramatic. And finally, just our roles. I see them as three things. As a leading national law firm, we have experts in all industries and special segments of importance to businesses, and we work closely with our friends at our Brazilian law firms to help our mutual clients to achieve their operational and transactional goals. And our focus on South America is reflected in the fact that one of our partners, Sean Doyle, is actually full-time in South America and available as well. Second thing is we look to leverage our knowledge of industries to help you find the right partners to further your initiatives, whatever they are. And finally, we work with clients to find the capital markets people, the institutional investors, and strategic financing sources. So on behalf of my colleagues, I hope you'll find today's session to be not only interesting, but really valuable. And we would be happy to learn more about your businesses and pursue possibilities with you. So thank you and welcome and enjoy your day. Thank you, Bear.
Many years ago, we actually hosted events here for maybe close to 10 years. And I must admit, it is always a showcase here. So be sure, even though they don't own the view, they do have the best view of the city. And come on, where else do you get fresh flowers on your table? So I will tell you that they do things that is beautiful, beautiful way here at McCarthy Tétrault. So thank you so much for that. I also, it is always my honor to talk about a couple of things that I like to do at the beginning of every event. And of course, it is an acknowledgement and the diversity, equity, and inclusion mantra that we do. And of course, I do want to welcome everybody officially for this event that is organized by the Brazil-Canada Chamber of Commerce, ApexBrasil, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil, and the Ministry of Development, Industry, Trade, and Services of Brazil. And of course, I want to acknowledge our partners. And we have partners here with OIT. We have partners with BCBA, the Brazil Canada Farm Association, CCBC, CBB. There are many different organizations that are doing business with Brazil. We're the best one, but we do partner with all of them. And we want to make sure that you do know that, and we're happy to do it. We have, of course, chambers right across the country, and so chapters right across the country. And so we have in Vancouver. We have 2 in Alberta, one we share with CCBC in Edmonton in Alberta. We have Saskatchewan. We have Winnipeg. We have 3 in Ontario. We have 1 in New Brunswick and 1 in Nova Scotia. So please let us know that if you want to go to some other part of the country, there is actually somebody there who speaks Portuguese who can hold your hand and help you. And of course, when I say hold your hand, I mean shake your hand. And what do I mean when I say shake your hand? I mean shake everybody's hand. Okay? When you're here, you have failed if you did not shake everybody's hand. So, the land acknowledgement. I'd like to acknowledge that this land where we are is part of the treaty lands and territories of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the territory of the Anishinaabeg, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, Chippewa peoples, home to the Métis, and most recently the territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on this land. Our Diversity and Equity Committee came up with this mantra that I love to say as well. At BCCC, we recognize the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Together, we stand as leaders embracing diversity, equity, and inclusion and recognize that DEI is not just the right thing to do, but is essential for our organization's success. We need the change, understanding that diversity and inclusion practices must permeate all aspects of our business. By weaving DEI into the fabric of our organization, we cultivate an environment where every individual thrives and feels a sense of belonging, innovation flourishes, and collective potential is realized. Let us forge ahead, united in our mission to create a diverse and inclusive future that transcends boundaries and elevates us all. And now, of course, I want to introduce our wonderful Paula Sad and Salo Hapapor, who are co-chairs of our Trade and Investment Committee, because they are the actual inventors of Brazil Week. So please come.
Good morning, everyone. After a very successful first day, we're on the second day. This is our 18th edition of the Doing Business in Brazil event that we started 18 years ago. And it's been growing. COVID made it a little smaller and we're back again. So this is like the second event of the Brazil Week, but it is the first Brazil Week and we're going to continue doing that. It's a privilege to address and watch this landmark event, uniting stakeholders to strengthen bonds between our countries. We want to thank our annual sponsors, as always, Vale, Rio Tinto, Mellanock Logistics, Pertiva Results, VMA Law, and Brookfield. As I said, this year marks the 18th edition of the Doing Business in Brazil event. We have in various formats. It is a long-standing platform that has paved the way for partnerships, knowledge sharing, and investment opportunity between Canada and Brazil. Brazil Weeks builds on the legacy that takes it to a new level, this event, and it's a platform to unlock transformative opportunities. By bringing the right people together, we're setting the stage for growth and diversification. Brazil's infrastructure sector is booming. From modernized ports to cutting-edge urban transit systems, Brazil offers diverse projects that align with the Canada expertise in sustainable infrastructure and green technology. The synergy sets the stage for powerful collaboration that drives progress. I think synergy is the key word that we have from the takeaway from this event. We are aligned, and synergy the two countries have. The economic partnership that we have is thriving. In 2024, bilateral trade soared to 12.7 Canadian billion dollars, with Canada exporting 2.5 billion, including potassium fertilizers, and importing 10.2 billion with things like such aircraft parts from Brazil. Over 500 Canadian companies operate in Brazil, excelling in mining and infrastructure. Conversely, more than 100 Brazilian firms flourish in Canada, from aerospace to in resource sectors. These figures underscore the dynamic relationship, and Brazil Week is the catalyst to take it further. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Just some compliments here. I think apart from all these opportunities that we are having now, I think we are ahead of once in our lifetime opportunity as well, as we talked yesterday, and I think we're talking for the next coming month when we think about the FTA agreement, which is something that we really hope that can happen. So we have ongoing discussions between Mercosur and Canada, and this really hold a very great potential for we have a more strategic trade framework of our time. And such an agreement would deepen the market access, expand investment, and enhance cooperation across all different kind of industries. And Brazil Week really provides a timely platform for us to explore these opportunities and ensure that our business are ready to take full advantage of them. This event will showcase Brazil's immense potential as a hub for innovation and investment. By combining Brazil's ambition, vision, with Canada's advanced financing and technological expertise, we can build infrastructure that powers sustainable growth and share prosperity. So let's all embrace this opportunity, connect with fellow stakeholders, shake a lot of hands, as Peter said.
Say that louder.
Shake hands, explore investment prospects, and forge real partnership that will shape our future. Brazil Week and this 18th edition of Doing Business in Brazil event are not just milestones that are the beginning of a bold, collaborative journey between our nations. And I also would like again to thank our event hosts, Gary Lipop from McCArthy. Thank you very much. Our event sponsor, the investment Quebec and Right. Our partner city of Toronto as well, and all of our members and partners for their continued support. So thank you, and let's make history together.
Thank you. And of course, events like this need sponsors, and we've listed a bunch of sponsors, but in this particular case, ApexBrasil really changed the nature of this event and gave it strength that we wouldn't normally had, and they've been instrumental really in helping us make this happen. So thank you for bringing all your delegates. And now it is my pleasure to invite Ana Paula Raposo, who is Business Director at ApexBrasil, to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you, Gary, for having us here. Yesterday we had a wonderful day. I at the end of the day, I told that maybe what we saw yesterday was in fact the kickoff of the private sector, both private sectors from Brazil and Canada, regarding the resume of the FTA negotiations, because the willingness from both parts of making business make it very clear that the FTA will happen no matter what.
No matter what.
Yeah, it will happen. So it's a great pleasure to be here again today. I understand today we are having very useful discussions, and I couldn't help mentioning that we are launching today the very first mapping of the Brazil and Canada bilateral trade and investment flows. Our colleague Gustavo is going to present it to you in a few minutes. We couldn't have made it without the useful support of the embassy here, the Brazilian embassy here in Toronto, and also the consulates, is also the Canadian embassy in Brazil. This mapping shows how many opportunities we do have. How many opportunities we already had before the recent geopolitical tensions that we are facing, that both countries are facing. And the study includes this new perspective, this new context of what we're going to do in an era that we are not going back to normal any sooner, if so. So we are very happy to have the opportunity to launch this study here today, Peter, because we have seen that this is a very qualified audience, and we are pretty sure that launching the study here will make it resonate within the proper stakeholders both in Brazil and Canada. So thank you very much for the space you are giving us, and I hope we have a very good day of work today as we did yesterday. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Ana Paula. I like the fact that we're now saying, no matter what, we have our first panelists coming up, and we have Salo who's going to introduce them. And just to let everybody know, too, Leonardo has arrived. You have to go and shake his hand. And I said, "Why are you late?" And he said, "Twins." So you figure that.
Baby twins.
It's baby twins. Here we go.
To have a kickoff, I would like to welcome here on the stage Sofia Magalhães Adri, please. She's the head of division of the Industry and Service Promotion of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil, and she will take us to very interesting insights about trade diversification. So, please.
So good morning, everyone. Let me begin by thanking the Brazil-Canada Chamber of Commerce and ApexBrasil for making this event possible. Also, the Consulate of Brazil here in Toronto. Thank you, Leonardo. Also, of course, McCArthy Tétrault for hosting us in this beautiful venue. Much has been said about Brazil-Canada trade relations, and much will still be said following my presentation. So I'm going to focus my remarks today on what the Brazilian government has been trying to do to further diversify our trade. So Brazil's overall trade balance has delivered very strong results since 2023. We have had record surpluses and exports surpassing $337 billion in 2024. Our goods reach more than 190 markets with no significant concentration in one specific market. So we are one of the most diversified exporters amongst the major economies. So this diversification has given us some resilience, thankfully. So although exports to the United States fell about 18% last month after the unprecedented imposition of the 50% tariff on almost all of our goods, Brazil's overall trade in August still grew over 3% compared to August last year. So this means that we were able to compensate obviously the 18% fall from the US by stronger sales to Argentina, Mexico, and China. And this is not to say that all trade is equal. We know that some sectors are not as flexible and are suffering deeply from the situation. But the broader lesson is clear. Diversification is essential. and it helps us absorb shocks, and it helps us move forward in times of adversity. This seems absolutely obvious today, but it's an important lesson to keep in mind once the situation settles down, and we do hope it will settle down soon. But it's important to remember this rather than slipping into old patterns of over-reliance once things settle down. But Brazil is not a straight-A student with regards to diversification. We do recognize, first of all, that our exports are the Brazilian export profile still relies on a few key sectors, and we're working to change that. And we also recognize that Brazil's economy is still relatively closed. So although we do represent 2.6% of global GDP, our trade is about our share in global trade is about half that figure, less than half that figure, about 1.2%. And this gap underscores why we have placed such emphasis in opening new markets, expanding agreements, why we are here today, and just encouraging greater international integration. And to advance this agenda, the Brazilian government has been working on two main fronts. The first is trade negotiations. So Mercosur signed a free trade agreement in 2023 with Singapore. We concluded trade negotiations with the European Union in Singapore 2023 and European Union in 2024. Once signed, this agreement will be amongst the largest in the world, covering over 700 million people and over $22 trillion in combined GDP. I know you've been hearing this for a long time, but we really are confident that by the end of this year, we will have concluded the entire process. We are also preparing to sign with EFTA. We are in advanced negotiations with the UAE, and we're starting to discuss with Japan and other Asian partners. And of course, as you have heard several times since the beginning of this mission, Brazil is president pro tempore of Mercosur and has already stated that the FTA agreement with Canada is one of our top priorities. As reaffirmed during the recent visit of Canada's Minister of Commerce to Brazil, we aim to conclude this agreement by 2026. This may seem a bit optimistic, but we are confident and we really want to build on this momentum. And honestly, there could hardly be a more timely moment, and the political will on both sides to advance these conversations is stronger than ever. We have also been working with our regional partners. Just last week, Brazil and Mexico are committed to review and expand both the existing economic complementation agreements, the ECAs 53 and 55, and the agreement on cooperation and investment facilitation, also by 2026. So as you can see, our trade negotiators will have their hands full in the coming months, but they're very excited on how dynamic the moment is right now and how fast things are actually moving forward. Equally important has been our work on trade promotion. Since the beginning of this administration, President Lula and Vice President Alckmin have combined led more than 20 missions abroad. In fact, almost every high-level bilateral visit has had a business component to it. In addition, the Department of Trade Promotion of the Foreign Ministry of Brazil, I'm honored to be representing here today, in very close cooperation with our friends in ApexBrasil and also in Ministry of Agriculture, has organized dozens of missions with special focus on regions where Brazil still has limited presence, such as some countries in Africa and Southeast Asia. Of course, in order to expand our international footprint. And finally, let me highlight the work of the Brazil's Trade Promotion Network in Canada. We really have a great team here. In addition to our embassy in Ottawa, we maintain trade promotion offices here in Toronto, in Vancouver, and in Montreal. Together, these officers stand ready to support Brazilian and Canadian exporters, making the most of the opportunities we have ahead. And last but not least, I want to thank the private sector represented here today, with special appreciation to Brazilian companies and associations that came all the way from Brazil, especially for this occasion. They reflect the diversity of our economy, from agribusiness, food and beverages, technology, textiles, cosmetics, ceramics, gems, jewelry, services. I am confident that the meetings held during this mission will be fruitful, have been fruitful, and will pave the way for new collaboration and hopefully for more resilient economies for both our countries. Thank you very much.
And now it is my pleasure to introduce Gustavo Ribeiro for the Marketing Intelligence Manager for Apex Brazil. And Gustavo is going to share the interesting and fascinating, highly developed map. And let's see just what kind of truth he's really going to tell us. So please come.
Well, good morning, everyone. Bonjour à tous. Bom dia a todos e a todas. It's a great honor to be here this morning. It's at the same time a huge responsibility for me to present, as our business director said, our first overview. They call it a map or panorama in Portuguese of Brazil and Canada trade and investment relations. So let me first again thank all the support from BCC, the person of the wonderful Peter and his team. Also the Brazilian Consulate in Toronto, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Canada in Brazil as well, and of course the private sectors. At the end, they are the ones who we work for, and we hopefully we get many business and negotiations and transactions in the coming sessions. And also this nice view from that McCarthy next to us, really wonderful. This is my first time in Canada. I'm really enjoying the time here, and happy to share some thoughts about our report. So the time couldn't be better, as everyone has said. We are in times of diversification. That's the magic word to keep in mind. And we are also having a free trade agreement negotiations going on, which just resumed. So what we prepared, and we're gonna make available the QR code after the presentation, is a report that we make with very selected partners. So we have already produced reports with the EU counterpart, with the US counterpart, with the Chinese, with the Japanese, with the GCC, which is the Gulf Cooperation Council. And finally, we have one with Canada. Thanks for the support of our business director to make it happen. And what we have in those reports, it's a very detailed analysis of macroeconomics, bilateral trade, and FDI between the two countries. So I try to present this report, actually present to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, our ministry, 2 days ago, and it took me 1 hour. So I have to make it 20 minutes. Okay. So I'm going to make the highlights of the highlights to make it shorter and really to give the main messages that we need to pass. So the first thing to realize is the position of our economies in the world. We are among the largest 10 economies in terms of nominal GDP, and this is really important. And of course, when we take in account that Canada, Brazil has 5 times more population than Canada, your GDP per capita is much higher than ours. So your purchase power is much higher than ours. And also we have some projections regarding GDP in the report. And that's the thing about numbers. We made the report with fresh numbers, and now we have new numbers that have been released some weeks ago. But the good thing is that the new numbers are even better for GDP projections. So not only the Brazilian GDP, but also the Canadian GDP, the lines are a little bit prone to the upper level. So just to make this point. So after that, we come to the trade relations between the countries, and this is the perspective of Brazilian exports with the Brazilian figures. We see that China, Argentina, China, the US, Argentina, and then the EU countries are the five main destinations of Brazilian exports. And Canada stands as the ninth. Yesterday, I was making some jokes with the 9 number. I cannot make it more, because now 2025, Canada is the 8th.
Oh,
So
who fell?
you grew in importance as a destination for Brazil. So just to make this point, if you see our export basket to Canada, we have a strong increase of growth of the 5 most important products. And of course, we have the mining products as gold and alumina as part of this export Brazilian basket to Canada. And the good thing is that they are really increasing, as you can see there on this in this table. And of course, we know that the gold goes through your industry, goes through for reserves as well, and monetary reserve. And the thing is that there is some level of concentration. Of course, if we take in account that the 5 products, they represent almost 80% of what we export to Canada. Another highlight is that the exports of copper, ores, and concentrates are really increasing in the last 5 years. As you can see, the annual growth is really, we really had a boost of those type of exports to Canada. Okay, let's go to the other view, and then we have the Canadian exports. And of course, you have the US and China as your main export markets from Canadian perspective, although these are Brazilian statistics. Brazil is more in a secondary group of countries for Canada in terms of destination right now. But as we're gonna see, this number is improving recently. And of course, if we see the products, there are some level of concentration as well. You can see there. First, because of the participation of fertilizers as the main product exported to Brazil. And it goes from the state of, I hope I get it right, Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan, yeah.
Saskatchewan. But we also have a very close integration of the airspace sector from engines and aircrafts parts. We know that Embraer, for instance, they import the land gear from Canada and the engines, and we export some airplanes to Canada as part of our trade. The level of concentration is similar to Brazil. If we consider the 5 first products, it's around 73%. And this is a nice picture. So if you look at the long term, from 2004 to 2024, our trade pattern has been increasing, especially if you consider the last 10 years. So people were saying before, we have a record of Brazilian exports to Canada. We reached 6.3 billion last year. And the trade balance, we also had a record last year. And Peter, still more good news. In 2025, the numbers are even better. Yeah, our exports to Canada, for instance, grew almost 60% compared from January to August compared to the same period last year. This is the growth, 2024, compared to 2023, and uses the growth of the surplus. This is a quite interesting map. Where does our products, what are the origins of our products that are exported to Canada? So if you take in consideration the Brazilian trade with the world, mostly our exports comes from the southeast of Brazil, São Paulo, Minas Gerais, Rio de Janeiro, and Espírito Santo. With Canada, we have exports coming from the northeast region of Brazil, such as Maranhão and Bahia. And of course, this is a result of the mining industry integration, but not only that. And they represent almost, so if we take the northeast and the north, they represent more than the southeast. So it's a different pattern of trade. And this is really important because the northeast and the north are the less developed areas, regions of Brazil, and we know all the good externalities that trade can make for a region. So, and then it comes to the opportunities that we have said. This is not, of course, an exhaustive list, but you can see some of the sectors and products that we have highlighted before, like aircrafts again and parts, civil engineering, fruits, nuts, bovine, meat of bovine animals, poultry, I should add, coffee. We see also wood products like furniture as an opportunity, and mining products. And I would add other products such as orange juice that we said before, construction products like door springs, tiles, ceramics, cosmetics, apparel, and more than that, if we go for a strategic level, we cannot diminish the importance of critical minerals, the aerospace sector, the clean energy sector, and biofuels, as it was highlighted yesterday by our Minister of Foreign Affairs. So do not consider this as exhaustive. This is just a glance, okay, of what we have identified in our report. And then comes a very interesting part of this report, which is the FDI relations. So we talked about trade. Let's talk a little bit about FDI. First thing to notice, if we consider the Canadian FDI in Brazil, our central bank tells us that you guys have $33 billion in Brazil. If we see the Canadian statistics, you tell us that you have half of that. It's not a matter of what is wrong or right. It's just different perspectives. Let me try to explain that. When you consider FDI, the best position of central bank to say what is the amount received in their country is the country who is receiving that money. So for instance, if Canadian capital goes to Luxembourg or Netherlands for tax purposes, for instance, and goes to Brazil, the Brazilian central bank can say that this is a Canadian investment. But your central bank will consider as an investment in either Luxembourg or Netherlands. So that works the same way in the opposite. When we see the figures from Brazilian capital there, the Canadian statistics are better to show the position. So you can consider safely that you have at least $33 billion of Canadian investments in Brazil. Again, the trend is quite positive. This is a record. These are the figures of 2023. These are the most recent figures that we have. And as we point out in the report, Canada is the third main investor from Americas in Brazil. So first comes the US, then comes Uruguay, and then comes Canada. And this is really nice. So in this report, we also have the opportunity to have some case studies. In case of Canadian companies, we have the Caisse de Dépôt et Placement du Québec, sharing its experience in Brazil. And I really invite you to read what they say about Brazil. CDPQ, for example, came to Brazil in 2006. And aside from portfolio investments, they are really investing now in logistics, infrastructure, and they highlight the broad domestic market of Brazil and the solid legal and regulatory environment in Brazil. We also have the case of Scotiabank, and they came to Brazil in the 70s, so the decade that I was born. So they tell us about a vibrant industry right now in Brazil and the tech sector in expansion, just to give you some examples. In terms of announcements, FDI announcements, so we are shifting a little bit from stock perspective to FDI announcements. We have Canada with as a very important source of refilled investments in Brazil, after the US as the second. Many of them refilled and some of them in M&A, as M&A. Brazil, for the Canadian perspective in Latin America, is the third place of FDI announcements. So, and we are really close to Mexico and Peru in terms of participation, as you can see there. And we also break down those announcements for each sector. So, of course, mining comes up, but we also have real estate. They are perhaps the most unknown sectors of Canadian investments in Brazil. But we have also software, manufacturing, machinery, financial services, air transportation, and so on. What you see on the map is some of the states that have received those announcements. And this is an important thing to notice, because when you have an announcement, it doesn't mean that necessarily that they will translate in stock, because it happens over the years, yeah? But it's a strong indicator how the economies are being linked together. Okay, we also have a breakdown of infrastructure, Canadian investments in Brazil. And then Brazil is the first one in Latin America to receive Canadian infrastructure investments. It's very good to hear that. And these are some of the sectors that have received those infrastructure investments. We see lots of renewable energy sector like solar and wind, but we also see investments in highways and the transport sector. And of course, if you're looking for a sunny place and a windy place, you have to go to the northeast of Brazil. So you see Piauí and Ceará. Also, if you like to kite surfing, go there. It's really beautiful and nice wind to kite surfing. And Minas Gerais appears as a receiver of those infrastructure projects as well. Okay, these are the main Canadian companies in Brazil. We took it from the rank of Valor Econômico, which is economic newspaper in Brazil, very prestigious, very famous. So you see TAG, you see NTS, Arteris, BRK, Iguá, Mineração Maracá, If we look some lines, we're gonna see Mohawk, probably, Peter.
It's just below.
Slide.
But those are the largest investors, Canadian companies in Brazil. So, and then we have the other way around, as I said before, the Brazilian investments in Canada. And as I said, in your statistics, Brazilian capital in Canada is barely $12 billion. And you see the difference, the Brazilian statistics, because of methodology thing that I said before, it's only 3 billion. So in this case, you are the best position to say how much capital we have here. And we're talking about production investments, participation in companies. It's not portfolio investments, of course. And again, we have some beautiful cases of companies who decided to invest in Canada, and they share their perspective with us. Let me just point out some of the remarks. Vale came to Canada in 2006. They bought Inco, and the word that they use in report is diversification again. We have Gerdau, who has, maybe Paulo is here. I don't know if
No, he's
not here. They share the case. Okay, guess the word they use, diversification. And they also use resilience. And they comment that they just opened a state-of-the-art electric arc furnace in 2023 in Whitby. We also have the case of Biolab that came into Canada in 2017. And this is really nice because they came to Canada to open a research and development center. And they highlight in the report, of course, the transparent regulatory environment in Canada, tax incentives, and the research and education ecosystem that was really important for them to come here to invest. And finally, we have the VRT case, which is a trader of a very important product for us, which is coffee. Yeah. And they came to Canada recently, and mostly to explore the Canadian and the US market. Yeah. You'll probably explore the Canadian market much more now. Those are some of the takeaways of our presentation. So let's put in our minds how many opportunities we have from this relation of two of the major economies of the world, Brazil and Canada. And the second point has to do with the good numbers that we have in the bilateral trade, but at the same time, the need to diversify our exports baskets between our countries. So it shouldn't be only about gold and alumina exported to Brazil, to Canada, and not fertilizers coming from Canada. As we said, we have aircrafts, we have so many sectors, I will not repeat them here, but really to take this in account. This is the moment to diversify the export baskets between our countries. Keep in mind the high levels of FDI, Canadian FDI in Brazil right now, 33 billion. It's a new record. We are waiting for the 2024 numbers from the central bank in Brazil. They will probably be released in the coming weeks. Keep in mind that Brazil was the first largest Latin American country investing in Canada, according to your numbers. Almost 6% of Latin American investments, productive investments, came from Brazil to Canada. And we are reliable partners as yours, and let's use it, yeah, as a way to benefit from the huge turbulence that we have facing right now So if some countries are disrupting trade, we can create more trade. I think that's the opportunity right now, especially because we just resumed the negotiations. So thanks for my team to make this report available. Claudio is here. He's one of the authors, together with our people in Brasilia. We are based in Brasilia. And thank you so much for your attention. It was lots of numbers. I hope it was useful for you. Thank you.
You for these producers. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Highlights of the highlights. Oh, we have a question. We have a question from Susan Baca.
I noticed that the report doesn't include, the study doesn't include services. And it seems to me that there would be a lot of opportunities there. And I wondered if there was any plans to expand that to services.
Good question.
Yeah. Great question. We had a mission for the game and software sectors recently in Canada. So Brazilian companies came here. There's lots of opportunities in the sector, but we have a challenge regarding statistics in sector. They are not, we don't have a good breakdown of them. So we have identified some sectors as a way to improve trade, but because of the statistics, we chose not to put in this report right now. But still, we have good news as well. We are preparing a dashboard. We are trying to make some advancements in those statistics, and then we are preparing dashboards that will try to break down the relation regarding sectors of Brazil and its main markets as well. So hopefully next time I come to Canada, I can present it. Like this, Susan.
So my takeaway from that is the numbers are actually better. If we have a whole sector that we haven't counted, it's probably better. So it can be a work for you to do. Thank you. Anyway, now it is my pleasure actually to introduce Michael Kennedy, who is our board director. He's also on the Global Startup Boards. I'm looking for Michael Kennedy. Here we go. And he is going to moderate our first panel. So Michael, please come on up here, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you for McCarthy's for hosting us. And I'd like to introduce our panel today. We're going to be discussing foreign direct investments and infrastructure. So if I could please have our panelists come. Mauricio, who is a senior partner at Sescom Barrio. Brad Nippon, from partner for real property and planning at McCarthy's. And Ralph Cherry, the director of business development for foreign direct investment, Latin America and Florida.
Thank you so much for our panelists. And I encourage everybody to take a look at the bios. It's in the program.
For all of our speakers today, and we're looking forward to a great discussion to follow up on Gustavo's great presentation on foreign direct investment. So I think it's important that we kick off this conversation here. Mauricio, why don't you start our conversation with providing us a bit of an overview of the markets in Brazil, and of course what your firm is currently doing for investors.
Sure. Thank you, Michael, and thanks everybody for being here. Thanks to McCarthy for giving us the space. I arrived in Toronto on Monday, and in my first meeting, I got two very interesting remarks. One is, look, you guys arrived at the right moment because Canada is looking at diversifying, to use Gustavo's word, diversifying its investments in Brazil is a good destination. The second thing that raised my attention was a word called stability. And I think in that respect, Brazil improved a lot in the last years, mainly in the infrastructure sector. We have modernized our regulatory framework. The Brazilian government, regardless of the party that is in power, they've been talking more to players in the infrastructure sector, um, and getting contributions, developing appropriate risk allocation, being open to debate. Nowadays, you have in Brazil the PPI that has lots of infrastructure projects being implemented, and these guys are open to discuss with the market. So first thing, I think we improved our stability. Second thing, I mean, Brazil is a very interesting destination because 88% of our electricity matrix comes from renewables. Nowadays, that's quite important. If you look at the energy matrix in total, it's 49%. So when you look at the big countries in the world, that's the highest percentage that you can get. Water is widely available. We have the largest water resource in the world. The other thing someone mentioned in my meetings, well, what about the remittance of capital repatriation? The country is very open to that. So, and now we have a new tax reform. We have a new environmental licensing regime that aims at simplify. Just a small remark. If you click, there's a QR code with a more detailed explanation, a presentation of the opportunities. I think that makes more sense. So new environmental licensing that is being now discussed in the Congress to simplify the process. So this is a good one. In terms of sectors, and then I'll pass to my colleagues here. Energy, very interesting moment because now we have some concessions in the energy generation and in the energy transmission that the Canadians love expiring. So we have a good moment for companies to recycle their portfolio. That's one point. Second, data centers. That's a sector that is attracting a lot of investments because of the availability of water, renewable energy, geological conditions. That requires investments in the energy transmission sector. And Brazil will need to expand its energy transmission network by 10% by 2034. So that requires investments in energy transmission. It's a big driver for investments, both in energy transmission and generation, because as you know, data centers, they require a lot of available energy, and Brazil has available energy at this moment. The other sector that is booming, and the Canadians also love it, is water and sanitation. We've been representing some of the pension funds invest in water sanitation. That's another important aspect here. Nowadays, 83% of the Brazilian population has access to drinking water. 55% only has access to sanitation treatment. And the goal is to achieve 99% of drinkable water and 90% of access to sewage treatment by 2033. So that requires investments of around $10 billion per year, which is way above the investments we've been receiving so far, which is around $5 billion. So I think these are the main sectors. The other, just to finalize here, toll roads. I mean, there's an important point here. In Brazil, more than 10% of our GDP is spent on logistics costs. That's amazing. If you look at other countries, they spend on logistics like 4%. So the Brazilian government wants to award more concessions to modernize the toll roads. We need that. 69% of the freight in Brazil is from toll roads, and railroads, they represent less than 20%. So that's another sector with a big demand, needing a lot of investment to meet the demand of our agricultural sector, our export sector.
Thank you so much, Mauricio, for that. Lots of information there. Electricity, sanitation, and data infrastructures. Those are key themes right now. Brad, we have a lot of Brazilian companies here that are looking to do business in Canadian infrastructure market. Why don't you provide us with some activity on the market in Ontario here for the coming years, and what projects are being planned, and what's being built? Yeah, happy to do that. So, again, thanks for having me. Part of the fun of this is that it's actually, and the fun of trade in general is the two-way street that is Brazilian investment coming to Canada and Canadian investment going to Brazil. So I get the fun of sort of chatting the other side of the investment here. So, what does the infrastructure market look like in Canada? Well, look, in a word, it's hot. I mean, we all, before I get to recent developments associated with some of the increased investment arising from our, let's just say, our troubles, maybe with some of our neighbors or one of our neighbors. Before that even happened, the market here was already, a pretty hot landscape. The couple reasons for that, the population of Canada has increased quite significantly in the last 10 years. And with population increase comes demands on infrastructure. Beyond that, for several decades, unfortunately, some parts of Canada, including the city of Toronto, where we are right now, and, well, to be frank, most of the provinces had rather been underspending on infrastructure. And suddenly we hit a wall where we needed a lot of things very quickly. Top of that list for us, it's interesting because in Canada we consider this infrastructure just the nature of our system here, but healthcare, hospitals, we with the growth in population, we suddenly needed quite a large number of increased beds, both in acute care hospital, but also in the long-term care bed sector. And it's interesting there because while the acute care bed situation tends to be a little bit more public, the long-term care sector is very much private driven. And so there was a lot of attention being paid to investment there. Beyond healthcare, also roads, transit. We're building 4 new subways here in Toronto, the first time that's been done in decades. So looking at tons of investment in engineering, construction, all the supply chain that goes with that. Also roads, if anyone here has been paying attention to the Ontario Premier here, he's been talking a lot about big tunnels, new highways. Again, an expansion that hasn't happened at this level in decades. So all of this was already happening. Oh, in addition to water and wastewater, another one where there's been years of not investment in that. So all of this was already happening before we got to the point where suddenly now there is, the Trump factor, shall we say. So, when we think about what that means, the Prime Minister spent quite a bit of time in the last little while talking about, I think the key phrase is projects of national interest. And so suddenly now, beyond all of the things that the provinces were doing, the healthcare, the transportation, transit, there is now a big focus on a number of other sectors, particularly energy independence. There's a lot of talk about if we're not going to be selling energy to the US, who else can we sell it to? And also, beyond just the fact that we want to sell it, Rita talked about data centers. We're also building those here. Data centers, AI factories. The demand for power is significantly increasing. And there were a lot of worries in some of the provinces that they wouldn't be able to meet that demand within the decade. So every province is building renewable power. They are building baseload power. There's nuclear. We're talking about, peaker plants on gas. Everything's on the table. We need power. So that is, again, a huge area of infrastructure focus. So in terms of what the feds are doing, federal government, I didn't say feds here, but, the Prime Minister has rolled out this major projects office. And the goal of that office is to try to bring a lot of infrastructure projects forward that were previously mired in regulatory delays, delays associated with negotiations with provinces or First Nations groups that haven't been advancing sufficiently. So the point here is, whereas previously I think there was a little bit of a lethargy on moving these things forward, there is a hyper focus now on getting projects built and getting them moving forward. So, if anyone is thinking about investing in Canada, and you're thinking about the types of projects that might be on that list: power, energy, mining,
Those things are getting a lot of attention right now, and there's certainly an interest in moving those types of things forward. Maybe one last comment, because I've been talking for a little while here. The other thing I find interesting about the Canadian market right now is that there are a number of things that are coming forward as infrastructure that traditionally may not have been considered infrastructure. So, one of those right now is housing. We've had a bit of a housing crisis here associated, again, I mentioned the increase in population, a lag in private sector building. And so every government, including the federal government, is now focusing on spurring investment in the delivery of housing. So that's a top one. Another one, we talked about AI factories and data centers, things that historically might have been viewed as purely small scale private things are now being viewed as major public projects of national security and interest. So, and that ties to not just the facilities themselves, but again, the power infrastructure. The other thing that we've seen, coming up quite a bit is geothermal, heating and cooling projects, and also energy transition efficiency projects. Some investors are starting to look at opportunities, and governments are starting to encourage the investment in projects to capture energy efficiency in public-private buildings. There's money to be made in that. People who have innovative solutions for addressing energy challenges are getting a lot of attention. So that's a bit of a mouthful there, but the point is that the Canadian infrastructure market is hot, and there are a lot of opportunities.
That's great, Brad. Thank you. I think living in the city of Toronto, hearing all these infrastructure projects, hearing all these projects, and hearing the word urgency, I think is great to hear. Just gonna pass it over to Ralph. Ralph, coming from Quebec, what are the main reasons to choose Quebec as a place to conduct business if you're a Brazilian company?
Before I answer the question, first of all, I'd like to thank BCCC for the invitation. My colleague McCarthy and I are very happy to be here. But I just wanted to add something on Brad's comment in terms of infrastructure projects. In Quebec, Brad mentioned energy. Hydro-Quebec, which is a state utility, has this project by 2035. They will be adding 8,000 to 9,000 megawatt of renewables. We're talking about solar projects, wind power, and some hydro. And we're talking about 5,000 kilometers of extra cable. And as well, another date to keep in mind, 2030. We'll be actually following Brazil's lead in a sense that by 2030, we're expected to have 15% of ethanol in our gasoline and 10% in our biodiesel in our diesel. And we're lucky to have 99.6% of our power coming from renewable sources, but the 80% of that of the off-grid systems will need to move to renewable. So all that needs to be done by 2030. But in terms of why Brazilian companies need to come to Quebec? Well, first of all, in terms of location, we have a great location. We can consider as the bridge between Europe and the Americas. We have the second largest port in Canada because most of the products, many of the products that Gustavo mentioned in his previous presentation actually do come to the port of Montreal, including the alumina. 8 of the 9 smelters in Canada are based in Quebec. We have as well, I mentioned logistics, we're great. And not only in terms of deep sea ports, but also roads, etc. We have 2 free port zones. But as well, I would say one thing to keep in mind is that we're very strong in terms of innovation. We have over 500,000 students in our 18 universities and 140 colleges, and that includes many Brazilians. We have a conversation, Anna, yesterday about this, and every time I visit a university, I bring a Brazilian company, somehow they always manage to find me, whether master's students, PhD students, of course, postdocs, and including professors. And on top of that, there's a very strong government support. With the new Quebec budget, we just came in with this new incentive where for the first $1 million spent in terms of research, the Quebec government brings back 30% of that value, and after 1 million, we're talking about 20%. And finally, when it comes to cost, obviously the Brazilian real has gone to ups and down, but I would say definitely, it goes further in Canada in general, in Quebec in particular. Cost of living is quite affordable, and there's great quality of living. And I mean, I'm sure many of you do have people of wisdom descent are based in Quebec, and that these are all, I would say, in a nutshell, the many reasons for a company to come to Quebec. And I'd like to add as well, in terms of government support, just to keep in mind, I work for Invest Quebec, which is the economic development agency of Quebec. Not only we help investment, but also trade. But to keep in mind that one of the few, if not the only one in Canada, that has someone dedicated solely for Latin America in general and Brazil in particular. And I'm able to help Brazilian companies set up shop in Quebec in their language.
That's great, Rob. Thank you. I would also echo Quebec as being a cultural center for Canada. Brad, yes, you had
I just want to follow up on something Ralph had mentioned that actually applies, I think, equally to both Ontario here in Quebec. You mentioned smelters and whatnot and power. Mining, and I know in the previous presentation we said we didn't want to focus too much on mining, but there is a heavy focus on that right now. And I know the Ontario government, the Quebec government, the federal government are all looking at major acceleration of mining projects. In this province, there's an area that's known as the Ring of Fire. I'm sure everyone's heard of it in northern Ontario, and it is mineral rich to say the least. There's also been a focus for many years, even before any of the current security challenges associated with rare earth metals and how a lot of those are out there. So for years, this wasn't getting done, and suddenly now there is a focus on getting it done. So I know that is certainly something that will be a priority for both the Ontario government and the Quebec government.
Yeah, Rolf mentioned a point I was about to ask Brad, which is the importance of biofuels. And as you know, Brazil is the second largest producer of liquid biofuels in the world. Is this a directive to have biofuels only, this percentage of biofuels only in Quebec, or is it countrywide to raise? Do you know if it's to raise from 1 to 10%? Is it countrywide or is it only Quebec?
This time it's province by province.
It's province by province. Yeah, because that's another important sector there. Here's Brazil is investing a lot in the production of biofuels. But one thing that is important to mention when we leave the country is nowadays, of course, sugarcane is the main source of biofuel, but corn-fed biofuel is increasing a lot in Brazil. And corn-fed is interesting because the Europeans love to criticize sugarcane biofuels, saying that we are deforesting the Amazon to plant sugarcane, which is, of course, fake news. But in the case of corn-fed, Brazil has a very interesting feature, which is they plant corn between the crops of soybeans. So for the environment, that's extremely sustainable. They use all the byproducts of corn. So I think here we see opportunities for Brazilian companies to sell, to export biofuels, considering our experience in the sector. The question I wanted to ask you guys also is batteries. Are you guys investing in batteries? Do you have the technology? Because this is a sector that is now open in Brazil. We're about to pass a new regulatory framework by the end of this year, because we need batteries to plug into the renewable energy source to ensure stability. So I don't know if you guys have companies in that sector.
Yeah, I mean that is a great question, and it is also a really hot topic. For a couple of reasons. It was already a hot topic because electric vehicles were already a technology in ascendance, and there was interest for climate and environmental reasons to focus on that. But there's another reason that's come up too, that's again associated with some of our trade troubles lately, and that is this province in particular, but Canada in general, has been a big auto manufacturing hub, and in fact, I believe it's the largest industry in Ontario. And with some of the trade challenges, there's a question about what is going to happen with some of that capacity and what is going to happen, if, for example, some of the major auto manufacturers pull out to the U.S. or there's tariff challenges. And one of the response to that is by both the Ontario government and the federal government to look at doubling down on saying, look, we need to invest in battery technology. And in fact, there is part of the way they view it is there is some overlap between the skill set associated with auto manufacturing and battery manufacturing, both for the vehicles and the technology. So there's been a lot of focus on that, a lot of discussion about that in the last few years. I'd certainly say there are opportunities for, if Brazilian companies are interested in investing that or have technology, here that they'd like to invest in, then there would be a willing audience at all levels of government.
Sure. Thanks, Brad. If I may add regarding the batteries, as in terms of EV Quebec, we've definitely focused on EV batteries. There have been a good chunk of the FDI team's work has been focused on large battery projects. And we're lucky to actually have a value-based metal, which is like an essential link of the battery. They're been processing nickel sourced from over Canada in Quebec, to produce nickel sulfate, and in partnership with General Motors and POSCO, the current company. So there are a lot of different projects related to batteries that are being that are happening in Quebec right now, and they're doing great.
I think the dream would be for Canada to be able to say that we can create electric vehicles, including the batteries, from start to finish with our own materials, our own technology, and our own skill set. And, especially on the mining front, we're going to need help with that on the technology front too. So, if there's opportunities for cooperation to make that dream a reality, again, there'll be interest.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe since we have a couple lawyers on the panel here, we both can touch on some of the the legal landscape in Brazil, how that's changed, and maybe Brad, you can follow up with talking about some of the perspectives for challenges of Brazilians investing in Canada and Ontario.
Yeah, well, as I said before, we had a tremendous improvement in the regulatory landscape with the modern legislation, stability. But one point of concern I have, I think, and that requires, doing a bit of marketing here, requires good legal advice. But that's a source of concern that I've been spreading all over the world, talking to people and investors. They have to be wary about that. Nowadays, in my view, one of the main risks in Brazil is the jurisdictional risk. We have courts. I'll give you, when a cab driver knows by heart the names of all 11 ministers of the Supreme Court and doesn't know the names of the players of the Brazilian national soccer team, there's something wrong. Of course, the national soccer team nowadays is a disaster, but that doesn't explain why we have. And then the other thing is, for you to be successful at Supreme Courts in Brazil, sometimes you need to hire relatives of ministers of the Supreme Courts or the Superior Courts of Justice. So that's something we need to be careful. But I was talking recently to the owner of a large Asian group. He has a guy with billions of dollars in his wealth. And then I asked him, I said, look, you have investments in Mexico, Indonesia, India, Brazil, Nigeria. How do you see doing business in Brazil? So I made a strong criticism here. But then he said, look, I love to do business in Brazil because in these other countries, the authorities, they come to me every day asking for money and bribery. In Brazil, we have freedom. So, sometimes we are a bit pessimistic. Jurisdictional risk is a risk. But on the other hand, when compared with our peers, I think we are in a better situation. So, answering to your question, need to be careful. We need proper advice to avoid creative courts. But on the other hand, I think we are ahead of our peers.
So when we think about the challenges facing investment by Brazilian companies in Canada right now, there's a few different buckets you could put things into. One is sort of inherent challenges associated with the structural nature of our governments, and maybe the second basket is sort of government policy, and the third is market challenges. So on the first one, whenever anyone's talking to me about investing or building something in Canada, who hasn't worked here before, the first thing I always tell them is you have to be conscious of the fact that we have a somewhat unique division of powers in this country between the federal government and the provinces. And Rob was talking about this with Quebec, and he noted that the energy targets are different in every province. And in fact, infrastructure in general is a provincial jurisdiction. So depending on what you intend to build, you're most likely to be dealing with a provincial regulatory and policy regime. The federal one comes in, it's complicated to explain, but there are certain types of projects, particularly ones that cross provincial borders or ones that are within our constitution, that are federal jurisdiction, like military projects, First Nations projects, interprovincial pipelines, international deep water ports. But a lot of things are provincial. So, I don't even get into all here, but if you're a Brazilian company, you're thinking about Canada, first thing you need is primer 101 on who you're negotiating with to get your permits or build or make a deal. Which level of government is it?
Brett, let me just ask one question here. I remember when Vale acquired Inco, Vale was required to obtain an authorization from the Ministry of Development of Canada that was granted on a discretionary basis. That's what I remember 10 years ago. How is this nowadays? I mean, do you, and I know you guys have restrictions to strategic investments. If a Brazilian company wants to buy an important airline part supplier, is this an easy process? Is this now better, or the main concern is in relation to Chinese companies? How do you see that?
I mean, I think, and to be fair, I'm not personally practicing in the competition space, but we are all aware of these things just in the nature of what we do. I think the landscape has shifted a bit on that. I mean, there was a time when maybe the government took a bit more of a protectionist view on certain things, but given some of the economic challenges and whatnot, I think you would always get a fair hearing on, is this foreign direct investment good for the Canadian people? Is it good for the Canadian economy? And, I think certainly that the federal government would pay attention and think about that rather than dismiss it out of hand. That said, though, as you mentioned China, for example, there is still concern about having certain parts of nationally significant supply chains remain in Canadian hands and, in technology remain in Canadian hands. If it were, for example, a portion of, if it were the airline, like if someone were to try to buy Air Canada, I think you would run into problems with that because it is our only national airline. No offense to WestJet or Porter, but the only one that really covers the country. You're going to have problems with that. If it's a part supplier and the risk is lower, I think it would be a different analysis. But I think to summarize, you get a fair hearing. So that's good. Back to the sort of challenges, for Brazilian companies thinking about in Canada. Sort of I mentioned the sort of structural ones. The other one that I'll mention, and this falls in the second basket, sort of government and policy, and this is what the federal government's really focusing on right now, and that is regulatory delay. And every country that I've ever worked with or every client, that is an issue everywhere. But there is a sense in Canada that in the last couple decades, it's actually become cripplingly difficult. And for several decades, the Ring of Fire is a perfect example, talking about extracting those rare earth metals and those materials that are in northern Ontario. People have been trying to do that for decades, and it's gotten nowhere. There are multiple layers of environmental assessments. The federal government has one. The provincial government has one. There are municipal considerations. There are permits from various government agencies and authorities that have just bogged these things down. So that is a challenge, but I think, and here's me doing the marketing on Canada and Ontario. I do think that some of the recent troubles we've had have really spurred the governments into action to try to address that. And it's not addressed in the sense of skip them. We're not going to do environmental assessments. It's to say you need one one port of call. You need somebody, if you're going to make an investment in this country, you need an agency or a government entity you could talk to address all of them and get it done quickly but fairly. So that is a lot of focus right now. The other one I need to mention, of course, and this applies across the country, is, and I don't want to paint it as a challenge because I think that, it's just the nature of who we are as a country. But for people who and I don't know what the situation is like in Brazil on this, but dealing with and negotiating with First Nations groups here is a unique aspect of doing business in Canada. There are certain areas of the country where impact benefit agreements are necessary, where it's necessary to negotiate, to make sure that certain land claims are addressed. And this is a layer, especially when we deal with, for example, European investment, that they just don't have. So it's a consideration that you need to take into account here. Now, the other side of that, thinking about it not as a layer of challenge, but also as a layer of opportunity, is that the federal government has put a lot of emphasis on saying they want to focus on economic development within the First Nations community, and they're looking for partnerships between those groups and foreign companies or Canadian companies to try, to spur projects that benefit both those groups and the companies. And in the cases where those partnerships have been set up, I think there's been certainly a government focus on expediting those and making sure that they move forward. So, consideration, but also opportunity on that one. There are plenty of other challenges. I won't go too far. Maybe the last one I'll mention, if the project is public in nature, and I spent some time in the Ontario government dealing with this. If the project has a public nature to it, there's always a procurement question too. When I was with the government, we'd have people show up, particularly from a few countries that had unique technology and unique engineering experience on projects, and say, we are going to come here and deliver this for you, and it's going to be great. It'll be a toll road or a port or whatever. And the challenge is always, can the government accept that? Can you do a deal on a sole source basis with a company that wants to make significant foreign direct investment here? And that is its own world of trouble, thinking about procurement law and whether you're allowed to do that. And the answer is that it's complicated. It certainly isn't no, but it isn't a clear yes either. So if you're a Brazilian company thinking about doing something like that, you need to make sure that you come at it with the right strategy, both legally and from a government relations perspective.
That's great, Brad. Thank you so much. It's a couple of things there. I think the Canadian market could definitely use another airline, national airline here, hopefully. But it's great to hear that there's the political will to get some of these projects across the goal line. And of course, lots of work there. Need for a lawyer to get all of that stuff done. Ralph, why don't you talk a little bit of some of the challenges of in Quebec, and maybe you could touch on for our Brazilian audience here about the languages. Obviously, Quebec, the only French-speaking province in Canada. So I'd love you to touch on those aspects, please.
Thank you. But I wanted to add, if you ever go to Northern Quebec, you can actually use a First Nation owned airline called Quebec. So that's one of actually opportunities that Brad was mentioning. And obviously Quebec is like the home of most French speakers in Canada. And as such, like you will encounter, but I would see it more as an opportunity, because this allows actually, like, just to give an idea, Quebec is the home of the largest percentage of trilingual professionals. So this will, we mentioned market diversification. So there's nothing like being in a place where you get professionals that not only speak French, English, but maybe Spanish, Portuguese, Mandarin, Arabic, etc., because it could serve as a platform for other markets, whether in Western Europe, Africa, etc. So this is I would say, and I must admit from experience, Brazilians tend to learn French very easily. I mean, I do. I believe it was Danielle, but I did speak to some individual in the room that within let's say a year we're able. I mean, we're lucky to be. Like French is a Romance language, same thing with Portuguese. So this definitely allows the ability to learn it. And of course, when companies invest, they're they come to access a workforce that is already prepared, that most likely may have not only speak French, English, but they may speak Portuguese as well. So I would say it's I mean, Quebec has a French touch, but we should embrace it and use it for all it's worth.
Thank you, Ralph. Mauricio, if you could just touch on, the big theme in the investment world today is investing in energy transition, in data centers. I think the two are linked. If you could, maybe touch on some of that, how the market in Brazil is going to play out over the next few years in those two sectors.
Sure. Well, in terms of renewable energy, the country still has a lot of space to grow. The important thing is some of the renewable energy plants nowadays in Brazil are facing some curtailment process. They are not able to deliver the energy that they have available. But on the other hand, the Brazilian government is moving fast in the sense of building and giving license to transmission lines. So I think this I was reading an article that from the day you start planning a transmission line to the day the transmission line is ready, in Brazil it takes 7 years. You're gonna say it's a lot, but if you look at the UK, it's more than 10 years if the authorization is given. So from a regulatory perspective, we're doing quite well. Data centers. The Brazilian government announced yesterday a public hearing to hear the population of the market on how to develop a new regulatory framework for data centers. And then in parallel, the government is about to announce a favorable tax regime to data centers. According to the current Minister of Finance, Brazil wants to become a world hub for data centers. So I think we have a lot of opportunities. Renewable energy, as I said, is available. Nowadays, we have an oversupply of energy. That, however, won't be able to serve the entire data center industry, because if you look at the numbers, nowadays, data center consume 700 megawatts of energy in Brazil. And just based on the applications made to the government, they will require, there are 36 applications, if I'm not mistaken, of connections to transmission line. That will require that the energy capacity to serve data centers go from 700 megawatts to 13 gigawatts by 2034. So it's a huge opportunity for renewable energy companies. We're seeing investments, and I think nowadays, people are just waiting to see what the regulatory framework for data centers will be, and that's a question of months.
Thank you, Mauricio. I know in my time in Brazil, many travels I've been down there, never once has there been a rainy day. It's always sunny, so it's great for data centers, it's great for renewable energy. Brad, you touched on the fact that you were with the Ontario government. Perhaps you can talk about the perspective of the Ontario government and how open they are to foreign direct investment. Are they making it easier for foreign investors, or are they making it more difficult?
That's a great question. So yeah, by way of a bit of background on that, I am of course an infrastructure lawyer, but I did not quite, just shy of 2 years of, shall we say, public service as the director of policy to 2 ministers of infrastructure here in Ontario. So I did get a chance to see what the government was thinking about this on the inside. So if I had to summarize what the current government's view is of foreign direct investment, I would say enthusiastic. The current government, when it came to power in 2018, put and this is before, any of the Trump issues, or before we'd even realized some of the other structural issues associated with infrastructure here, that they wanted, I think that the phrase they used was Ontario was open for business. And the idea behind that was, look, we want people to invest here. And so one of the things they did, which has actually been going for a few years now and is starting to yield some public successes, is they set up an agency called Invest Ontario, and its specific focus is to attract foreign direct investment in this province, particularly in a few sectors. The major ones it's focused on is advanced manufacturing, life sciences, and technology. So, for example, we've seen some of the publicly disclosed ones, emphasis on things like vaccine manufacturing, robotic technology, battery technology, particularly as I mentioned before, thinking about the auto sector and some of the challenges they might have, advanced manufacturing that might overlap with some of those skill sets. If you're a Brazilian company and thinking about investing in building something like that here, you're going to, that's what this agency was set up for, to talk to you about that. They do different kinds of loans and convertible debentures and other kinds of financing structures to try to make it easier to set that up here. And a lot of our municipalities are also very interested in having those types of things, those types of facilities built on their land. So I've seen some examples of cases where municipalities are offering land deals and tax deals and all kinds of stuff in order to try to attract that kind of investment. So again, if that is your area of focus at your Brazilian company, you'll get an enthusiastic perception. The other two things I'll mention, just in terms of this is both a federal and a provincial thing. Both the federal government and the province of Ontario, and I think some of the other provinces have followed suit as well, have set up agencies in the last couple of years that sort of styled as infrastructure banks. There's the Canada Infrastructure Bank in Ontario. It was originally called the Ontario Infrastructure Bank and now called the Building Ontario Fund. And both of those agencies are laser focused on the development of infrastructure that addresses certain strategic needs of the country and the province. So, if, for example, you were proposing to develop some kind of infrastructure project with both the type of focus that Invest Ontario is thinking about and also infrastructure banks, you're going to have a lot of government people crowding around you wanting to talk to you about that. So, again, the answer to your question is enthusiasm for foreign direct investment.
Is it a good moment to buy commercial and residential real property in Ontario?
Well, I think everyone's been asking themselves that for several years. I won't speculate.
Wait till the Bank of Canada makes an announcement next week.
Heard that Quebec is cheaper. I will just.
That's for sure. I have a few houses decided actually. But if I may add but once I'm on Quebec side, like we're very happy about FDI as well. I mean, the past fiscal year we received over $13 billion FDI. Obviously, with that, we're also the government is very focused as well on market if it's a diversification, and we're lucky is that like Quebec is for the past at least 50 years we've had offices across the world. We have 36 offices, which goal is mostly to sell goods and services, including one in Sao Paulo that's over 15 years old. But in terms of if you think about FDI, just to keep in mind that foreign companies are about 1% of Quebec companies, 10% of jobs in Quebec, 20% of GDP, and 50% of the goods being exported. So FDI is an integral part of Quebec. We have a lot of, as you can imagine, American companies, obviously companies from Ontario, etc., and more from Brazil. I mean, just like if we're talking about infrastructure, if you like to buy cement, well, you could buy it from the largest cement plant in Quebec, which is owned by Votorantim Cementos. Just to keep that in mind. So obviously, FDI remains to be an important part of the equation for economic prosperity, and I'm happy to assist with that task.
Ralph, are there any particular areas that might be most attractive if you're a Brazilian company?
Definitely. I mean, we're lucky to have a very diversified economy. But I would say that if you think about agri-food, we're the largest producers are, and it's very similar actually to Minas Gerais. We're the largest producer of pork, eggs, milk. So anything related to food transformation, even like coffee that you like to roast, that could be a great way. I mean, obviously, when it comes to logistics, we're very strong in life sciences. We are McGill University is a very famous university. Obviously, Brad touched on mining. I mean, we have all the critical minerals that are needed and mineral processing as well. And aerospace, right? I mean, Montreal is one of the few cities where you can actually build a plane from the wheels to the wings. So we made a very strong center when it comes to aerospace, and And although it's not a sector per se, but AI is still, I mean, we do have one of the founders of machine learning based out of Montreal. We have a lot, the Mila. And the good thing is that for the past 4 years, there's been a partnership between Mila and Banco do Brasil. So data from the Banco do Brasil consumers are being treated at a Quebec institution for the benefit of Brazilian consumers. And if and in terms of and one more sector that I may not have mentioned. Obviously, we're still very strong when it comes to IT, video gaming, etc. So, to that an aspect, I would say that in creative industries, I mean, we all know Cirque du Soleil, but I would say that definitely the fact that Quebec and not only Montreal, obviously, like Quebec, we are the umbrella organization for the province, and we work hand in hand with a different regional organization. And I'm happy that Western Ontario is actually following our lead. But that allows the companies to look into the 17 different regions and take advantage of what each region offers.
All right, thanks so much, Ralph. It's just going to pan across the audience here, see if there's any questions. Does anybody have any questions for our panel today? All right. If there is any questions, I'm sure our guests will be here for lunch. Yes, gentleman over there. Let's come over. Right.
Can I have yours? Okay, sorry. We produce our products in Brazil. We are importer of acai products, and we had we're thinking about to construction one factory here to process all our products, and we want to know where is the best place to food process, and what's the benefit we have about that. And we have to import all the machinery because it's very specific machinery for that kind of product.
I was laughing when I looked at Ralph because I'm going to say Ontario, or he's going to say Quebec. But I think that the reality is that he has this. Perfect. So the reality is that every province does have, an area where food processing is actually sort of concentrated, and there's some of that. In this province, I think there's a couple different areas. There's an area in southwestern Ontario near Windsor where there's a heavy emphasis on food production and processing associated with greenhouse vegetables. That's just one part. In the Greater Toronto area, if you go into sort of the slightly suburban areas outside, there's heavy manufacturing and food processing, cheese, meats, a lot of in the Vaughan area. So I think there's different areas where, at least in this province, where that focus applies. And I do think, just as an ancillary comment to that and Ralph mentioned this as well, talking about food, there's been a lot of talk in Canada in the last couple of years, and we didn't really touch on this before, about food security. Canada is a big country, but you think about it, we are also a cold country. And so it's not as easy for us to be able to grow all of our own food 365 days a year. And we're somewhat heavily dependent on imports during certain times of the year. So there is always a thought about what should be investing in when it comes to food processing, food storage, food manufacturing. And so certainly there'd be interest, I think, in that type of project.
Well, and acai is very healthy, huh? For you guys, if you have problems with food security, that's a great product.
I mean, as you can expect, I will say Quebec is. As you can expect, I will say Quebec is. I mean, and you can actually cut the apple in two and put your plant in Gatineau, suburb of Ottawa. So you just cross the Ottawa River and you're in Ontario, right? But just to keep in mind what it's Quebec, Ontario. But But being in Quebec will actually allow you to still have access to the rest of Canada, right? And then you have to also look in costs. We definitely have lower costs. I mean, our power prices are the lowest, I would say, in North America. And it's all you have access to the port, etc. You mentioned that you'll be importing your machinery. It'll be actually faster to get the machinery from the Port of Montreal than actually receiving it from Port of Montreal, sending it by plane to Vaughan, not by plane, but by truck to Vaughan, etc. But definitely we can definitely have authorization later. And the good thing with MS Quebec, we provide site selection, and you just need to speak to one individual, and then we can look at different regions, and then they could actually provide you with options, right? So and that's what we do. I mean, obviously, and then at the end of the day, it remains what you choose. But I'm confident in the product that I sell on a daily basis, and I'm sure that acai processing will make definitely a lot of sense in Quebec.
That's great. Great question. Any other questions out there? Yes, so.
Well, I can speak about. I think for Mauricio and Brad, and I think for how maybe to explore a little bit where do you expect the financing, all the financing is going to come, because I think seems really a lot of money when you think of all this infrastructure investment. So if you could talk a little bit about Brazil and also what it's expected to happen in Canada.
A great question, Salvan. Everybody needs money. Well, in the past, BNDES was the main financial supporter of the Brazilian infrastructure sector. However, few things happened in the past 5 years. Brazil developed some debentures or some bonds that enjoy a favorable tax treatment, and this has been placed in the market. We saw a big increase in the percentage of projects that are financed by the private market, both local and international markets. So this is growing, and BNDES, in a very smart way, has been promoting alternatives to find funds elsewhere. So that's point number one. Second point that I've been seeing, I mean, of course, you have Scotiabank, you have Bank of Montreal, JP Morgan, the European banks, financing infrastructure in Brazil. But they have their limits. They have their Basel limits. So the second movement I've been seeing a lot in Brazil, we see some private credit funds, international funds that have more flexibility to implement the financing and to absorb risks. So we are seeing funds like GIP, Carlyle, or local funds like Lumina, all very open to financing and do some blended finance. And finally, the Brazilian government developed also some interesting structures like ApexBrasil Invest that provide a blended finance to infrastructure projects that are focused on sustainable development. So we have nowadays a toolkit of financing sources, and they are all active in the market.
So I guess thinking about it the other way, sources of financing for foreign direct investment for Brazilian companies in Canada. I mean, as an initial comment, I think my experience as an infrastructure lawyer is that infrastructure is actually generally considered a pretty great investment. The construction phase of a project has a bit more risk, but what you get at the end, especially if it's a project with a long-term public component, such as a long-term power purchase agreement, is a pretty stable, pretty great investment. So on one hand, there's plenty of private capital that's interested in that kind of thing. And there are certainly specialized sources of private capital that will take the construction side risk as well here. But maybe just to comment on two other ones that I think are interesting. One is, and this came up in some Mauricio's comments at the beginning, pension funds. I mean, we have huge pension funds here. That the CBPIB, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, is one of the largest institutional funds in the world, and they are always looking at places to invest money. We also have teachers pension plan. We've got PSP. We've got CPQ. We've got a lot of pension money around. And I remember when I was in the Ontario government, we used to regularly have pension plan representatives come in and meet with us and say, guys, we've got so much money, we want to invest in things in Canada. And then that obviously leads to the question of, or Brazil in this case, that was leads to the question of why doesn't it always happen? And you know, the challenge with some of those, that if you're talking about public money and a public pension plan, they are looking for a certain level of stability, a certain level of return that, you know, that doesn't have some of the risk associated with the front end on an infrastructure project. So that is certainly a source of investment, but you have to take into account, you know, the point at which they will put their money forward. And the last one I'll mention, and because I touched on this in some of my earlier remarks, is this, I think, is interesting because it didn't exist 5 years ago or 6 years ago, and that is both the federal and the provincial governments who have set up organizations for the purpose of financing or investing in some cases, such as the Building Ontario Fund here, infrastructure projects. And if you asked the Canada Infrastructure Bank at the beginning what its mandate was, it would say they're trying to fill the gap between a project that is financeable entirely with private money, but for a small amount of risk or a small amount they just can't get over the hump, and they're trying to fill that gap. Now, whether or not that has always been, you know, achievable, you know, is a matter of sort of thinking about each project individually, but that's certainly what they were focused on. And the Building Ontario Fund sort of does that, but they took it a step further to say they're also willing to make equity investments, checks. And then you've got separately Invest Ontario, again, that agency focused on foreign direct investment. They're not doing equity investments, but they are doing different kinds of government-backed loans, convertible debentures, types of financing that will help spur that foreign direct investment.
And the good news for you is that nowadays Brazilian banks can provide financing overseas, because until 2021 they are prevented from financing projects outside Brazil. The way they found it was to incorporate the branches and subsidiaries, etc. The good thing about this restriction is that when we had the financial crisis of 2007, 2008, Brazilian banks were not affected because they could not invest in Iceland, bonds, etc. Nowadays they can. So have a new source for your projects, and for Brazilian companies willing to invest here, they can raise money locally in Brazil.
Ralph, you were talking, and it's basically in Quebec we have the same structure as Ontario, as you can imagine, but also we do have an organization that finances projects and infrastructure that are above the 45th Northern Parallel, and so that would include mining, etc. And most of the projects are in collaboration with First Nation communities.
Final remark: it's unfortunate that Reg is not here, because you have the Toronto Stock Exchange that is also a very flexible option for companies to raise money here in Canada, and the folks here from McCArthy know the structure quite well.
That's right. Any other questions for our panel? No. Okay. All right. Perfecto. Well, thank our panel. Thank you so much for this brief question. We're right on time, and I'm sure our guests will be here around if anybody has any other questions. Thank you so much.
Denver, if you can just stay there for a photograph, please. So come forward behind Turtle. Stand up, come forward. Together. Straighten up. There we go. So while all that magic is happening, drop it.
Thank you so. No problem.
I'm really happy to bring up somebody else now, and that is Paula Sad, our past president. But normally she would just come up and do the introduction, but I'm jumping in. You talked about BioLab. How many years ago was that? 2008 or something like that? 2017? That's okay. My memory is COVID for me is a millennia. Anyway, Paula was actually instrumental in bringing that organization here and working on it and developing it. So once again, I just want to remind everybody that at BCCC, we have a huge depth of people who have incredible abilities. And in fact, she is one of them. So we're really proud of her. And she's going to introduce our next presenter.
So the state of Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil has become a very good partner and friend of the BCCC here in Canada. And I'm glad to introduce Abizio Forrest. He is the Director of Investment Traction and Commercial Music.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would thank Peter once again, our Gaúcho, and all the BCCC directors and all the team, Gary for having us, and all the team as well for having us in this beautiful place here. Also would like to thank Apex and Ana Repeta for being here and all the team. And would like to say that I'm a profound admirer of the Apex work and that Apex have been doing for so many years. And would like to say that you can rely on InvestRS in Rio Grande do Sul as a partner to attract investments and doing commercial promotion all over the world. And we know that we have a Apex office in Rio Grande do Sul where Mr. Gabriel is in charge. Would like to put our structure as well at your disposal. I'd like to thank Sofia Magalhães as well for being here and the Brazilian government on this very important occasion for enhance our possibilities of investment and exports to Canada. It's my first time here in Canada at Toronto. I'm really, really happy of what I have seen so far. Thank you for the invitation. I truly, besides our national team, is not at the greatest moment at the moment, but I really thinking about coming back to see maybe Brazil playing here in Toronto next year. Not for the football, but for Toronto and Canada, for sure we'll come back. So I believe that I was thinking about what to say here for you today, and maybe trying to make Rio Grande do Sul a well-known state for you all is the best thing that I can do today, and go away back to Rio Grande do Sul with the certain that you can meet Rio Grande do Sul, know a little bit better of our state, and find possibilities of investment and importing goods from our state. Because I believe that the geopolitical tension have created a window of opportunity for us to increase our flow, our trade flow, and took us out of our comfort zone. And I think that we can be at the right moment to look for new possibilities between our countries. The trade balance between Canada and the Rio Grande do Sul is really modest. In fact, did not even appear in Gustavo's presentation here, and it's not and this is, to be clear, not a Apex or Gustavo fault. It's just because there is plenty of opportunity in Rio Grande do Sul, and hopefully we can rise our trade flow for the next time, be shown in the map here in the next presentation. So I will start, I will divide my presentation in two. First of all, I will show you who we are, who InvestRS is, what we do, and then the second time I will present you the Rio Grande do Sul and some key facts about our state, and make you more, let's say, comfortable to talk to us and know what we do and know who we are. And maybe, as I said yesterday, get to have the opportunity when you go to Brazil, not only go to São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Minas Gerais, but certainly have to go there and be there, but also be in Rio Grande do Sul, do business in Rio Grande do Sul, and see the opportunities that we have there for you. So we will start here talking about a little bit of our agency InvestRS. We have been created, we are born from a plan which is called Rio Grande Plan, to improve competitiveness of the state of Rio Grande do Sul. And I would like to say to you that
The InvestRS has born after a plan that was made by contracted by the RS, the Rio Grande do Sul government, with McKinsey consultants, where we could find new possibilities and new opportunities to enhance and maybe boost the GDP of Rio Grande do Sul. So InvestRS born in this contest, and we are working now really hard to find these opportunities in Rio Grande do Sul and all over the world for foreign direct investments, and as well as enhance our exports to all over the world. So the first step in this plan is to create our agency. We have been working since December last year, so we are only completing 9 months now. Yesterday was joking around that we haven't had the opportunity to stay in the arms of our mom. We have to start running already because we have a lot of demand to do, and a lot of things to start doing, since we haven't had this structure in our state before. Just as comparison, Invest Minas Gerais has already almost 60 years of life. So InvestRS, we have the 9 months of life. We are still learning a lot. We are still trying to find our way. But I do think that we have been doing a great job, and we have been receiving feedback from everyone that we are really in the right direction to reach our goals. I won't spend much time to say to you our strategic map inside of our agency. I will to be on time, Peter, I will focus more on Rio Grande do Sul and not on the agency. So I will fast forward these slides and just say that we obviously works more or less in the same thing and the same, as Gustavo said yesterday, as doing one-stop shop services for investors and exporters. We do market intelligence, but I will only highlight one thing here. That we have detailed information data dashboard that we have launched in a few days ago, and is called rsindata.com, and I wish you that you all could access this, because the RS in Data is an open data platform where we have aggregated and streamlined a complex data from multiple official sources, making it easily and accessible. This is not just about data, is about unlocking the full potential of RS, and then you can access more than 150 kind of information there that can surely help the investors to decide where to invest in Rio Grande do Sul. It has shown there the road maps, electricity lines, ports, airports, labor force, everything is on there in your hands. I mean, you can access and have all this data with you. We have the investor services. Also, we do identification and credit financing. We do not finance, but we do help you to find. We do a lot of reports and intelligence in strategic, and we also do a lot of exporter service as well. We have here Luciana, which works with us at the InvestRS and works specifically in these export services. And now I'm going to the most important part of the presentation, that we say why invest in Rio Grande do Sul. As I was saying yesterday, Rio Grande do Sul, we are in the southern part of Brazil, but we are in the center of Mercosul. We are located in the heart of Mercosul, and from Rio Grande do Sul, we can easily reach 70% of the GDP of Mercosul. We are talking about a lot in these days about the new agreement that is maybe close to be made between Canada and Mercosul. So Porto Alegre, Rio Grande do Sul, for sure become a very important player in this scenario, to be there to establish business in Rio Grande do Sul, aiming not only Brazil, but all the Mercosul. Rio Grande do Sul for sure can be a place to have you there, to have your business there, and to make you to reach out from Brazil, not only in Brazil, but outside Brazil and the Mercosul, as I said. We are leader in innovation. As I said before, I will show you some key facts here about Rio Grande do Sul, and later I will show a small and a short video to
show you and clarify even more the data that I'm showing to you now. We are the leader in innovation. We are a leader in PhD graduates per person in every year. We are national leader in patent filings. We have a lot of technology parks in Rio Grande do Sul, and two of the best technology parks are located in Porto Alegre. So we have a lot of science and technology parks, as I said before, innovation, science and technology institutions. So a really brightful and environment for innovation in Rio Grande do Sul. We are referencing semiconductors. As a matter of fact, we have only received the last days confirmation of investment of 1 billion reais in a new factory in Rio Grande do Sul to produce semiconductors in Rio Grande do Sul. We are top ranked in the universities. As I said before, we have a really good place to go there, not only to invest, but to live there. We are a safe place. We have good universities. We have plenty of opportunities in Rio Grande do Sul, not only to invest, but to live and study there as well. Here we said a lot of talking about renewable energy. I would like to point it out that Rio Grande do Sul is really well positioned in that scenario, because in Rio Grande do Sul we do have a lot of 85% of our energy is renewable. We have also pushing really hard towards green hydrogen. We have with green hydrogen comes a lot of possibilities in what regard green ethanol, green ammonia, green fertilizer, and decarbonization and electrification. Also, we have a lot of opportunities in data centers, as was mentioned before, because Rio Grande do Sul, we can generate energy and we can have still capability in our transmission lines to transmit the energy. I'm not glad to say, but it must be said that the north and northeast transmission lines are really compromised at this point, and in Rio Grande do Sul we still have capability and space to generate energy, green energy, and transmit this energy to the green hydrogen plants and the data centers and everything else that we will need about green energy. We also are the leaders in biodiesel production. We are now installing a new green ethanol plant as well. And so we play a big role in what regard the energy transition in Rio Grande do Sul. As I said before, quality of life matters when you are talking about investment. So Rio Grande do Sul is really well positioned on that as well. We are the third safest state in Brazil. We are I said before, 65% of all the agricultural machinery produced in Brazil and exported from Brazil are made in Rio Grande do Sul. The biggest players in the world are in Rio Grande do Sul, producing this kind of machinery over there. We have also chemical, automotive industry, a hub for machinery. You have a metal mechanic hub, a metal mechanic region called Caxias do Sul, which is very, very important for the Brazil as well. And I will leave this QR code for you to contact with Investor Rest. And I saw the 3-minute plate, and we will spend this last 3 minutes to show you the video about Rio Grande do Sul and the possibilities that we have there.
There's a place in southern Brazil where history and tradition have always been a source of great pride for its people. Today, the present, and above all, the future also are. In the last 5 years, the state government has enacted reforms that brought about fiscal balance, enabling the creation of a favorable business environment and the resumption of large investments, and increase the prospect of growth and development. Above all, Rio Grande do Sul has a highly innovative economic profile, With 19 technology parks, including the top 2 in Brazil, and 40 science and technology institutes, innovation flourishes across sectors. In agribusiness alone, 80 Agritech companies enhance the entire production chain. Rio Grande do Sul's innovation comes largely from its strong educational foundation, with top-ranked public and private universities. In addition to its business strengths, Rio Grande do Sul offers a rich cultural life and tourist sites that attract people from all over the country and the world. All of these factors reflect on the quality of life of the state's inhabitants. It is also one of the safest states in Brazil. Rio Grande do Sul is strategically located in a central position within Mercosul. It's the third main entry point for tourists in the country, with 754 kilometers of navigable waterways, and the second most important port in Brazil. It is a national leader in the agriculture sector, ranking first in the production and export of rice, leaf tobacco, and wheat. One of the largest industrial parks in the country with massive production capacity, powered by one of the world's cleanest energy matrices. One of Rio Grande do Sul's priorities is the development of the green hydrogen chain. The state has several advantages for the growth of this market. By 2040, green hydrogen could add approximately $11.2 billion to GDP and create 41,000 new jobs. After facing an unprecedented climate catastrophe, the government launched Plano Rio Grande. From the waters of destruction, we're building bridges to the future. Plano Rio Grande is more than reconstruction. It's our strength transformed into resilience. More than $5 billion has already been secured for reconstruction, along with ongoing projects to attract partnerships for infrastructure and climate resilience initiatives. To further boost the economy, the government is implementing a robust development plan with a strategy for the future of the state. Additionally, the state, in partnership with the private sector, has a portfolio of 16 investment projects across various areas. For all this and much more, Rio Grande do Sul is the perfect place for those who want to invest and grow. A state that aims forward and builds every day a united future for all. Government of the state Rio Grande do Sul. The future unites us.
This is a little bit of Rio Grande do Sul. It's hard to talk about Rio Grande do Sul, everything we want to say in 10 minutes, but I'm sure that with my contact and BCCC, Peter and all the team, you can reach us and hopefully have you in Brazil and Rio Grande do Sul will be a pleasure. And as you see in the video and in my short speech, we had many opportunities of doing business in Rio Grande do Sul and export possibilities to Canada. And so with these new possibilities, a window of opportunity that is open now, we hope to see you soon in Rio Grande do Sul and hope to increase business and do business with you. So thank you once again and hope to see you in Rio Grande do Sul.
Mauricio, thank you so much. Thank you much. What you saw there was nothing but opportunity. I realized that everybody is saying, Rio Grande do Sul, it's a farming place. It's a place with forests. It's a place that had flooding. What I have been there 6 times in the last 18 months. And what I have found is a sophisticated high-tech environment, early adopters, very proud, independent people who are fully capable of being self-sustaining, who are now for the first time looking outside, welcoming outsiders to come and do business. And so they want to export. We want to sell them stuff. They want to sell us stuff. It is really important for us all to understand that whenever a state is presenting themselves like that, that it is nothing but opportunity. And Rio Grande do Sul and Fabricio, who gave us the best welcome when we arrived there, really and truly have something to offer. So please, don't take it lightly, and make sure that you're sharing with us what that dashboard was too, because I have to be honest with you, I tried every combination of RS and try to make it, and I couldn't find it. So it's important. Now we're ready for lunch. A little bit of housekeeping. We're going to go outside, get a box, come back in, and have your lunch. We have Brazil colors because we have the blue tables, we have the green napkins, and of course the gold is the money we're all talking about, right? And now one last thing too is we have our wonderful chapter chairs. We have Enrique Bilbao, we have Alessandra Hoffman, we have way over there Bernadette Fernandez, we have Hakel Beauchat, and all of these people are going to be sitting at different tables. They didn't know that yet, and they're going to be making sure that they're all talking about our chamber and any kind of opportunities. I will tell you, Hakel is an IST specialist. Be sure and talk to her. Bernadette is an internationalist if you want to talk about Africa, if you want to talk about any other countries as well. And she's best friends with the Vandala family. Tons of stories. Only tolerate them for a few minutes and you can move on. When anything done, Alessandra, and of course Enrique is, of course, from McCArthy, Canada as well. And he is really and truly Mr. Tech Brazil, Canada. So be sure and talk to him. Anyway, thank you very much. Please go out. And again, McCarthy's, thank you so much.
Actually, the lunch will be served on the table.
Oh, it's coming to us?
Yeah.
We're not going anywhere, but there's so much to move around. Okay? Thank you, guys. Hello, everyone. Please get your coffee now because we're about to start. So I'm giving you 90 seconds to get coffee. 90 seconds. You want coffee? Get coffee. Se você precisa café, você tem só 90 seconds, okay?
Brazilian 9 seconds?
Oh, not a Canadian 90 seconds.
Pra você no público.
So while you're getting coffee, I'm going to tell you who else is in the room because it's nice to know. I would tell you that in charge of trade missions for the province of Ontario, we have Petra over here. So if you would like Ontario, the rich, rich province of Ontario, to come see you, you got to talk to Petra, okay? And she's willing to talk to you.
And she's a proud Quebecer.
And she's okay. Hang on, Ralph.
Yeah, live corner race in Quebec, but I do represent Ontario.
Okay, she was born. I was born and raised. I'm from New Brunswick, and I'm representing Brazil. So, okay. Then, of course, we have Ralph, as you know, for the province of Quebec. And so, if you'd like to talk to Ralph about the opportunities there, he would be more than delighted to talk to you, as would Margarita too. So, hands up, Margarita. Hands up. Hands up. If you want to talk to Alwit, Women in Trade, you want to talk to Lillian and Susan. Susan is hiding. So, there she is, Susan. So, by all means, if you're a woman and interested in some opportunities to connect with other women, or if you're a man who should be doing the right thing and connecting with other women, then you should absolutely be talking to those two. In addition to that, I always tell Arno Mello, you got to talk to Arno if you want to shift anything anywhere. And there he is. So, he's available for that. So, in fact, I think you should be also talking to the table of manufacturers. We have an association of makeup that they need advice and help on. And I also think we have plenty of meat exporters. So, and we have, of course, we want to continue to thank Apex for making all this happen. Every time I see that angelic face of Igor over there, I'm thinking, I'm so glad you guys are here. There you go. Anyway, okay, it is my pleasure to introduce somebody that needs no name, but I will tell you, he is the heart and soul and arms and legs of the chamber. And that is the wonderful Kalel Leopoldo, who is back to being my favorite person.
Decided that hearing. Yeah. Just because Eduardo is not here. Guys, thanks so much. I hope you had enjoyed your lunch. Thank you, McCarthy, again for all your support. We wouldn't be able to do it without our sponsors and members. But now, before I start our afternoon to discuss new technologies, international trade, and market diversification, I'd like to introduce Gustavo Souza, Superintendent of Investment and Export Promotion at the State Secretary of Economic Development of Minas Gerais.
Good afternoon to everyone. Hope you were able to grab your coffee. First of all, I would like to thank you and congratulate BCCC in the name of Peter, but also McCarthy for hosting us. From the Brazilian side, I would like to congratulate also Apex in the name of Ana and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the name of Sofia. And here I have the mission to briefly introduce you and present Minas Gerais, meet Minas Gerais, the reasons to do business in this state in Brazil. Well, as everyone knows, Brazil has a continental dimension, and here are some figures from Minas, that is a country-wise state, province state. We have 21 million inhabitants, quite the Australia population. In terms of territorial expansion, we range between Spain and France. Just to give an idea, we are the third largest economy in Brazil. We account for 35% of Brazil's e-commerce pass through Minas, basically because in the southeast region we concentrate more than 60% of the consumer market in Brazil. So that's the reason for this figure, also due to our infrastructure. We are the state in Brazil, we have a number of municipalities, so it's a synthesis of Brazil, because we have, like in the north, similarities with the north part of Brazil, and the south the same. So we're second largest manufacturing industry, and in export we reached last year $42 billion, which correspond, as it was shown before, quite all the Brazil exports to the US. In Minas Gerais, we had a solid growth and a pro-business approach. The governor himself is a businessman, and this approach are driving private investment. We reach a historical record. Our GDP around $200 United States billion, and we managed to attract from 2019 to 2025 half trillions reais, which is very important. As it was said today, the formalized investment. But what the important figure, or the fact to remind here, is that we have, for example, around 1,000 projects, we have a conversion rate of more than 60%.
Wow.
Or, I mean, the projects that are announced, 60% we work, and we manage to solve all the challenges to make these projects become a reality. So we reach in this period 1 million job creations, which is quite significant for even for a country like Canada.
Yeah.
So, other than the business government approach, we had a huge focus on stability, but particularly building trust and confidence with private investors. I represent the State Secretariat of Economic Development. We coordinate the economic development system in Minas Gerais. So through me, you can have contact to our regional development bank, but also our research funding agents, and the Invest Minas, which is the one-stop shop for investors. So with Invest Minas, we have specialists from each business sector. So it's, as I said, like our one-stop shop for investors. And we have developed, not only with Invest Minas, but with the whole economic development system, some investment theses from different sectors, and I will clearly present here. As an example, household appliance. Minas Gerais is an emerging hub for domestic appliance with high growth rate, and we have companies like Black & Decker, Midea, Panasonic, Philips, Suga. This result is, one point to highlight is like the workforce, lowest labor cost in Brazilian South and Southeast, qualified and available workforce. We have the second in number of undergraduate across all areas, Uh, Mauricio mentioned in the previous panel about he stressed a lot about data center, and this issue was mentioned yesterday also in the senior round table. And I would like to highlight here that the State Secretariat of Economic Development is working along with other state secretariats to do diligence to identify opportunities and to quickly respond to market. And we coordinate along with our energy company, Semig, to identify locations in the state. So we identify already 10 strategic locations for data center in Minas Gerais that is ready to deploy. So not only capacity in terms of energy, but latence and redundancy. Also, these strategic locations offers, and we also are regions that we have like a good source of water. It was said today that Brazil has 8% of clean energy, and in Minas Gerais this number rises to almost 100%, 98, vary to 98 to 90, 96 to 98% of our grid is come from sustainable energy. Not large then, but most of them is small one, which reduce the environmental impact. And we, from 2018 we have a strong approach for solar energy. We have the best solar energy indexed because we take into account different conditions for panels, and the north of Minas Gerais is a very good point, and we managed to build like an Itaipu of solar energy in Minas Gerais recently. Food security is another sector. Agribusiness is in full expansion. If you can look into the graphic, here is clearly. But what I would like to highlight in 2000 and 2014, last year, we managed to, in terms of export, the agribusiness sector overcome the mining sector. It's important data for us because it shows how it's a demonstration, it's a result that we are working seriously to diversifying our export basket. Here also there are some products. Biofuels, one of the other opportunities that was highlighted today as well. Ethanol, Minas Gerais is the Brazilian reference, and sugar cane production. Corn production grew 7% per year between 2021 2023. We have companies like BP Bunge, Raizen, Tata. And for sustainable aviation fuels, this other topic is very important topic that was mentioned before. We have a very good opportunity here because we have already studies that attest the potential of macaúba is a palm oil, is an indigenous palm oil that is very good for producing sustainable aviation fuel. And we have Acelen, that is a company that are doing investment, R&D and productive investment, and bring together institutional funds like Mubadala. Forest. We do have land and water availability and a favorable terrain for mechanization, which provides several opportunities for pulp and paper industry, steel industry, and agro industry. When it comes to energy transition, and we look for Minas Gerais is perhaps one of the most famous mining jurisdictions in the world, and when it comes to critical minerals, we have most of them available in the state. We have a very we have the data available for particularly for mining junior minings who are interested in developing project prospect. And here, just to name a few, there are Canadian investment in titanium, lithium, and rare earth elements. Also, when it comes to lithium, it's an opportunity for battery production because we do have all the critical minerals, but we do have a very prominent industry, automotive industry. So, and we are close, as I said, to 60% of the consumer market in Brazil. So it's a region, a good region for that. And green hydrogen, we have like the Green Hydrogen Research Center in Itajubá, in the south of Minas Gerais. And we have different projects like Neumann and Esse, which are manufacture green hydrogen generators. And we have a project in Uberaba for green fertilizer. Green investments. We develop a green seal in partnership with the European Union. So different sectors such as coffee, silviculture are traceable. So when you grab your coffee, make sure you grab coffee from Minas Gerais that is probably deforestation free. And just to very quickly come to other sectors that have opportunity for investors or entrepreneurs here who are associated with the BCCC, foodware industry. We have 3 major clusters, and we are one point that we are very organized in Minas Gerais. So if you are interested in a joint venture or some private labor partnership, commercial partnership, we can reach them for the governance of the clusters. Here is some numbers, for example, for the export. It's not significant, but when we compare 2024 to 2023, we have almost 100% of increase. Food and beverage, the same. We have different clusters for different producers. So if you look for opportunity, for instance, to identify cachaça, a good cachaça manufacturer, so we do have clusters that we can connect you directly to producers who are ready to export. Also, in food and beverage sector, this is just a list of the most important export basket that we have to Canada. Coffee account for more than 88%, sugar, natural honey, poultry, meat, baking products, and the export systems is listed on the side. This is an overview of the trade relations between Minas Gerais and Canada. The export composition is quite the same, but I mean, when we compare our result of 1.1 billion United States dollar export to Canada, and we take it and we compare this result for the first 6 months of 2025, we see an increase of almost more than 50%. So it's a sign that the market is already naturally working. So we have like an expansion, and we believe that this FTA will be also a pivotal for increase this number. And the import conversion, turbojetting beans, potash fertilizers, and cocoa powder. That's important to highlight. And for trade, although we are landlocked province state in Brazil, we have custom facilities. We account for almost clears and the dry port is quite the same. So we do have around 6 dry ports located in different strategic cities. The international airport is also our industry airport, And we have the export processing zone in the municipality of Uberaba that is ready to receive new investments. Export process zone is a policy that the federal government is taking seriously and offer a lot of benefits for companies who intend to install that. This is a short example of Canadian companies who trust in Minas Gerais as a partner for doing productive investments. It's just a short example. And Minas Gerais has a very diversified economy. We had like the R&D center for Google is the only one in the in the South Hemisphere. We also have the R&D office for Embraer. CBMM recently launched a prototype of a battery for buses. It's a lithium-ion battery that has an niobium composite anode that it takes 10 minutes to recharge. So cutting-edge technology are being developed there, and you are most welcome to partnership with us. We have a program called Come to Minas for financing technological projects with non-repayable fund. It's R&D fund from Minas Gerais Research Funding Agency, and with this QR code, you can get more information on it. That's all for today. I will be available for anyone who wants to talk more, and we can go into the details of specific investment and business opportunity that I showed in this presentation. Thank you so much.
So, thank you very much. It's funny because sometimes I think what Gustavo doesn't know is every March, in the first week of March, we have the Prospector and Developers Association Conference, BDAC, and 35,000 people talk about Minas Gerais the entire time. So just to let you know that we all know it, we love it. I do want to draw attention to one thing. They have a fund, and a fund is a good thing. A fund is a reason to go somewhere. So just to let you know. And so Fabricio, get a fund. Anyway, thanks so much. Now, no pressure, no pressure. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Andrea Gardella. She is representing our Ottawa chapter, but she is also on our board of directors. And no, you're not. Sorry, she's not. Sorry. I didn't offer that position to her. Okay. So anyway, Andrea is former EDC. She's an economist. She has McCArthy Solutions, and she's going to introduce and moderate our next panel. Thank you.
Stick to my own.
Okay.
Yeah. Have the plague. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. I think I remember my first time doing business in Brazil was in this room almost 10 years ago. So it's the same picture. So glad. Bem-vindos a todos, a nos convidados que vêm do Brasil, convidadas. Muito prazer te introduzir no próximo painel sobre falando de cidades inteligentes e novas tecnologias. And so thank you so much. I'm so happy to introduce the next panel on smart cities and new technologies. And I have the pleasure of inviting Ian Spence from Mars Discovery Center, who I think was quite popular yesterday with many hour-long conversations with some of you in the room. And of course, Dan Glover from McCArthy, our wonderful host of McCArthy Tétrault, a specialist in data privacy and cybersecurity. So please welcome them. Now, I'm really glad we had the earlier panels because the earlier panels have almost set us up for this conversation. We were talking about infrastructure, urban development, about the synergies and the potential collaboration between Brazil and Canada. And while we are bringing the Canadian perspective on this topic, we do think that the topic of smart cities and developing new technologies can be mirrored here or in Brazil or any other market, Chile, where I'm from, but in any other market. And I hope that the audience leaves here knowing a bit more about Canadian smart cities and new technologies, about some of the challenges of maybe developing some of these technologies and incorporating them, and then also new ways that we can collaborate and work together between Brazil and Canada. And the topic of smart cities is really popular right now, almost as popular as the word or the acronym AI, but it leverages a lot of AI. But what's really interesting, and of course I'm an economist, so I'm going to bring some data into it. Smart cities investments were reached about $400 billion in 2019 and are expected to reach over 3.5 trillion by 2030. And that's looking at ways in which to sustainably, equitably grow our cities, our communities, our districts, with the use and leveraging digital transformation and digital technology. And so I'm very pleased to have both of you here to talk about this very important topic, very interesting topic. And so we'll kick it off with Ian, who's with Mars Discovery Center. Maybe give us a quick intro of who and what Mars Discovery Center is, and then what's the landscape here in Canada for smart cities.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Ian. So Mars Discovery District is downtown Toronto. We're in the corner of University and College. We are North America's largest urban innovation hub. What does that mean? It is a place that has been built to convene the best talent, the best companies here in Toronto and in Ontario to solve great challenges. And it was built about 25 years ago. And we operate a facility, we operate programs which help companies, and we operate an investment fund. So we have three different areas of where we work. And what Mars focuses on is three distinct areas of thematics, we call it. We have our healthcare. So Mars, for Tridia, it stands for Medical and Related Sciences, as the original name. So we focus on medicine and health. We focus on climate and clean tech companies. So much broader than just clean tech alone. We go across the whole profile. So smart cities is a very interesting topic for us. And we also support what's known as the deep tech sectors. These are emerging categories of great shift that take time. Think of areas in the quantum computing category. Think of things in semiconductor, in advanced research. Those are also sectors. So we service programs, we service investment, and we service business training. One of the key things I like to discern about what we do and others do, if you're familiar with the innovation economy here in Ontario, there's a lot of places that you can go do R&D and technical work. So you can have a lab, you can build, you can get support on your ideas. What's not a lot of existence here is how do we create a business from your idea? The key piece is not just investing into lots of R&D, it's investing into the business thesis. Can I sell my product? Can it scale? What am I impacting? And why am I doing that impact? So one of the things we do now in the last couple of years, and this has predominantly happened, big pivot since COVID, is that we are doing a lot more work to connect our companies to capital, so different types of capital, and customers. So you have to have customers to grow your business, and you need capital to drive you there. And some of you last night did get a chance to talk to me for quite a bit, talking about some of the programs we're thinking about building. But the most important thing that we do is, again, driving business training for about 1,300 companies. We'll put the number out there. But that's across Canada. And then we also drive their capital and customers to them. So my work at Mars is to support the connections with organizations, with foundations in the philanthropic world, with investment firms and others to convene that. And we also find ways to collaborate to help also run Mars, because Mars is a nonprofit and registered charity, as well as also supporting the ventures to create change. So I'm very happy to be here. Thanks for welcoming me into the group, and I'm happy to talk.
Folks, thank you. Thank you so much, Ian. I'll just ask you maybe to talk a little bit about what is happening in Canada's smart cities development and some of the technologies there before we jump over to Dan.
Yeah, so this is a massive topic, and you could take this in any direction. Smart cities have predominantly been, what does it mean to be a smart city? I mean, we have a city here, about 3 million people, how do we connect it? Smart cities can do anything from your software integrations. So things like, I'm going to pull a card, but traffic in Toronto, for example, is part of a smart city dynamic. You also think about it from energy generation. how are we pulling energy into the city? How do we share that energy? We also have a very interesting project here in Toronto called Enwave. You've heard of that organization, pulling water out of Lake Ontario and putting it through about 90 buildings here in the city. And they're breaking ground actually now in Prince Edward Island as another operation. So smart cities take on many different modes. It can be digital infrastructure, it can be physical infrastructure, but it's also going to be cultural infrastructure. Smart cities also, how do we move people? How do we connect with people? How do we generate deeper, I guess, deeper interest in the city itself through technology? How do cities become the best procurement model to do that? How do we allow for testing and piloting of these technologies? How do we de-risk technologies? And in Canada right now, so some cities are doing really well, some are lagging. I think Montreal is probably your signal for like they've been awarded with the big smart cities innovation. And then a lot of smaller cities are figuring out what does it mean to be a smart city too. So I don't have a specific win or loss in smart cities. The way that we would look at this is we just put a report out last year, which I'd be happy to share with the body of the BCC, is to share this report. We just put it out last year from our Mission from Mars program. Is we are actually taking the angle now, just to show you what we think, is we've actually pivoted over to building adaptation and building renovation. So technologies that take existing infrastructure and do small things versus big chunk changes, such as replacing your windows or changing your HVAC system or adding artificial intelligence to some of your existing systems, so that these aren't massive and monumental shifts. These are small incremental adoption strategies for any organization to take a building maybe 1 or 2% increase in their efficiency, for example.
Amazing, yes, and I'm glad you delineated between the big, or maybe capital S, of smart city and also making cities smarter. I think, there's lots of example. Curitiba, I think, won last year for most intelligent city in the world. Fortaleza, we were just talking over there about Fortaleza and its use of data. Winnipeg, also how it integrates its agriculture sector. And so there's a lot of different ways in which to benefit from some smart technologies to improve the livelihood of folks. Now, Dan, coming from McCarthy, you come from a very specific perspective when talking about building out new technologies, incorporating new technologies. So I would love to hear maybe some of your experiences or McCarthy's experiences in working in smart cities here in Canada, as well as introduce yourself if you could.
Sure. So I am the national co-lead of McCarthy's Cyber Data Group. We take a look at data from a 360-degree perspective. Data can be very profitable the more you understand the physical world or patterns of people through exploitation of data, the more innovations that you can make. But data can also be a risk. If there's a data breach in a smart city, does the data breach knock down the smart city and make it worse off than a dumb city or a city without those technologies? I come from the legal perspective, so I like to think of law as sometimes an enabler and sometimes a blocker. Canada has a 20-year-old federal privacy law that is not very sophisticated. It embodies certain fair information principles, but it is not built for the AI economy, the digital economy. It doesn't answer certain important questions. It doesn't speak to rights that commonly exist in a place like Brazil. Brazil, by contrast, by the way, has the LGPD, which is one of the most advanced laws in the world relating to privacy. It has real penalties for noncompliance. 2% of Brazilian revenues over a single year can be a potential penalty under that law. Canada, our federal law, there has never been a fine under. Fines exist of up to $100,000, never been exercised. And so there, you might say, well, in Canada, that may give more room to innovate. If there's no legal impediment You can innovate, can't you? But what Brazil has is a series of abilities to use personal information for societally beneficial purposes. That there's a clear, free road to get from point A to point B as long as you're certain about your justification for it. There's a concept in the EU in Brazil called the legitimate interests principle, where if you have legitimate interest and it isn't impairing the rights of an individual, you can use that individual's personal information without consent. You have to justify it, in other words. Canada doesn't have that principle at all, and it creates problems in really beneficial technologies. I'll give you an example. Imagine sensors on a vehicle that are meant to make that vehicle safe in an urban environment or a highway environment. Sensors collect all sorts of information, and some of that information is personal information. If the purpose of the vehicle sensors is to make sure that the driver is driving at the speed limit, not going through red lights, not endangering pedestrians, you would think that that would be a legal solution. But in Canada, there is no clear path to that legal solution because you need consent of the individual to collect, use, and dispose of personal information. There is no clear exception under the law that allows that to be done in Canada. And so there is a real gray area in our law that doesn't exist in Brazilian law in terms of what can be done with data for a smart city, a beneficial solution. We're trying to change that, but with the trade wars happening with the United States, privacy has gone somewhat on the back burner. And so the innovation community is left wondering, am I complying with the law or am I violating the law? And that's a problem. One other thing I'll say is we are trying to get ahead of the curve on cybersecurity. And that's important because cybersecurity laws, modern laws, don't focus simply on personal data or personal information. They focus on keeping systems that are critical systems up and running in the modern environment. Transportation, nuclear, other power industries, telecommunications, banking, insurance. The economy cannot survive if all of those industries are vulnerable to cyber attacks because there is no regulation. Canada has a bill before our parliament called Bill C8 that is endeavoring to take some small steps to deal with that. My understanding in Brazil, by contrast, is there is a regulator called eCyber, but that regulator is working under the privacy laws in Brazil as opposed to laws relating to data more broadly, and that might be an opportunity for growth in that country.
I just heard of a two-way trade. We bring cybersecurity and Brazil brings data use to Canada. So one collaboration idea, if anyone in the room has that those technologies in mind, but I love that, damn it, looking at it from both perspectives and where two countries that seems world apart but could really learn from each other in this space. And so I would also love to hear, Ian, your perspective on working in this space, working in the innovation space. Like, what can other markets learn from Canada and its innovation ecosystem, and vice versa? What can Canada learn from them?
Yeah, I think this is a fascinating topic of interaction. I mean, we're a unique location. We attract pretty much any time there's a international group coming to Canada. They typically come to Mars before if they meet with the federal or the provincial government. They want to see what we've built. I think more importantly, though, is like it's less about us and it's more about what are the people building here? How many companies are here? Who's building? And what's the system that actually enabled that change? I think the great things are happening in Brazil as well to help companies grow and scale. The unique factor here in Ontario I can speak to is the clustering effect that we've used. We've used a capacity to take Like if you look at cyber, for example, we have the Rogers cybersecurity catalyst, and so we have a corporation who's got involved to create a space for free thinking and training on cybersecurity, which has created a domain for companies to come to learn about their cybersecurity. It's spun out companies from that. That creates sort of a ripple effect, and now over with us and our support, I have about, I don't know, like probably with a dozen or 24 cybersecurity companies. This is a rare category, actually. And it's actually an underserved category, likely because of many things you've mentioned. Yes. Why companies don't want to form here. It's the conditions of operation. So some of those conditions need to be corrected so there's trust in the system to build a brand. It does live a lot in the consulting arms. Cybersecurity is typically something that's consulted on, that is brought together in procurement, and it has different models. Adopting a cybersecurity product directly is a challenge. I think creating the spaces to do that work, it's also creating the work that we've done is probably about working with an organization to find these gaps. And I think like Bill C8's a good example. We have so many structural issues in terms of helping companies get market share. And the one area I'd like to dig in today, if we could, is actually the procurement. One of the great challenges to organizations is finding their first customer, or having a freedom to operate, let's say, to test and learn in their environment. I'd say that any company looking to do something in a smart city environment or in an application, procurement is a difficulty. And I'm talking about procurement from a federal government level, or a city. I mean, a city can also procure, but those rules are also tight, and they're actually very outdated. And they're leveraging more traditional models where larger players tend to win those applicants, but it's actually the small players that actually are driving the changes that we want to see. So hopefully I answered sort of where you wanted to go, but I do want to take some time to just go on that, because I think this is an area that both Brazil and Canada could do very fascinating things with.
I love that you brought up procurement. I think Peter and I talked about procurement 12 times in a span of 10 minutes while we were in Brazil a couple weeks ago, because that is ultimately the decision maker. Yes, you want to be the CEO of the company to get your brand name out there, but it's the procurement that's going to decide whether to incorporate your technology or adopt your technology or not, because you need a champion, right? You need a champion to drive a need, a demand for your product, solving a specific solution, and procurement's going to know that. Now, speaking of people that need to be involved, damn, I know, we talked about it briefly in advance of this talk of the different players that need to be involved when looking at developing smart cities and incorporating new technologies. I would love to hear your thoughts, working as a advisory, in an advisory role in these kinds of projects. How do you see the collaboration and partnership between different parties when it comes to smart cities?
So when you're dealing with a public space, there's almost always going to be a government involved. And one project that McCarthy's did work on, I didn't work on it personally, is the Waterfront Toronto project involving Quayside, which was a smart city neighborhood development run by Sidewalk Labs, which is an affiliate of Google. It was announced to great fanfare in 2017 as being the next great thing. They talked about autonomous vehicles, freeing up space for pedestrians, a greener environment. And all of this was supported by sensors that were in the environment. And I mentioned before that Canada has a relatively lax regulatory approach to privacy. The consortium that worked on Quayside, though, actually brought in experts who were really advising from a perspective not of is it legally compliant, but what is the best practice here? So they embody privacy by design principles, responsible data principles, independence of a kind of data trust that would hold on to the data. But it was very difficult in the end for the stakeholders to agree as to how to go forward with this smart neighborhood first real immense project of Sidewalk Labs, which was a banner enterprise of Google. What was the concern? The concern was that there would be a surveillance capitalism entity embedding itself in a major Canadian city with ambitions to scale out. And so there are questions about what data is being captured. Is that data necessary? Is it invasive of the rights of individuals? Is it going to be monetized in such a way that Google scrapes all the benefits and others aren't able to make use of that information? And there's a great document. I brought it up, but I won't pull it out. It's a 2018 document that is still on Waterfront Toronto's site that talks about all of the ideas that were floated to bring beyond legal compliance into best practices. And yet somehow the project didn't take flight. And in the early years of COVID, it just dropped. And I think ultimately there was a lack of trust at the beginning that had to be dealt with through significant consultation. And I think the perception at the end of the day was there was consultation, but it didn't necessarily result in reassurances that the project would hit the right balance between private interest in making a profit and a public interest in running a city, a province, federal government. That the waterfront is both municipal, provincial, and federal in nature. I don't think the governments at the end of the day were satisfied with the image of what the city, the smart city, or smart neighborhood was intended to do. And so the project went nowhere, and it's a cautionary tale.
I don't know, Pete, if you have any thoughts on that.
Actually, it's a very interesting one. So during this time in 2017, Mars is a place. Like we have an operation at college or university. We actually have a building down with Nike's developments down on Waterfront 155 Queens Quay. And it was right next door to where this project was going to take off. And we were actually the Waterfront Business BIA, Business Improvement Association. They're all involved in this conversation. And this is where this went. It went from an ambitious, large, positive endeavor to what is the right thing to do. I can't speak towards the legal side, but definitely it's something that we felt directly. We're still located down there, and it's actually redeveloping now. They've actually reopened this area as a park. The city's gotten involved in taking control of that redevelopment. What they're doing is they're taking out all the old ports. They're removing all the old ports that were down there. There's train lines that terminated there, and they're actually renovating this new park. It's actually become a new strategy for the city to build their own developments. But how smart that is, we don't know. But it is an interesting. It brings up a lot of memories from our end, because we were in there as developing our project. George Brown College was building there. There's new housing developments building there. So you can see what happens when a vision comes, people all get involved, investments start moving, and then the drain plug comes out. And you have to sort of weather that storm. And it was even made more intense with COVID coming too. There was a huge delay in construction, huge delays in costs. So that just it's a good warning to do things maybe from how does the government become more innovative first? And I'll just plug it again. I think it's with ventures. I think it's with startups, because startups are a great model for procurement and testing and piloting. And I actually have two examples I'd like to share. There's a region just to the west of here called Kitchener, Waterloo, Cambridge. So it's the Waterloo region.
Some of you are going tomorrow.
Yeah, some of you might be attending down here. This is also a smart city project. So the city of Kitchener has been pushing a lot here. They're actually the first city in, I believe it might even be in Canada, maybe North America, with a light rapid transit. This is an above ground lane delineated. So instead of like what Toronto has with streetcars blocking our lanes, which creates, again, problems to solve. They delineated that lane, but they're also doing a lot of smart mapping in that city. There's a company from that region called Mile Vision that does use computer vision at intersections to control traffic, but they don't take any PII data. It's all it's a different type of camera. It uses more like, think of like LiDAR tech or like more alternative vision technology. And our city's also using that technology right now to map movement of people. They can detect like just the shape of an animal. It can detect the shape of things without collecting other types of data. So it's an interesting city project to determine how do they advance sort of their green infrastructure, how do they advance, but they're using local companies to do really interesting things. But this is a very entrepreneurial city. So I'm happy that you're going to visit that city. And I'm not sure you're meeting, but just dig into those questions over how they're doing the pilot testing with local companies to support the local economy, supporting the city. It's a different model. And that actually follows a model that comes out of the University of Waterloo, which is also a very well-known agrarian school around the world. They have a different model too. So I won't dig into that school here, but also ask those questions while you're there, because that's a very interesting space for innovators.
Yeah. I was just going to cite another example that I believe came out of Mars, which is a company called 11X, which dealt with parking issues in cities. You can imagine when you are trying to park downtown in a large city like Toronto, it is a challenge. You don't know where the next spot will come up. You don't know what the spots are. And so you end up circling the block over and over again. There are incredible statistics about how much of a drain parking is on a city's traffic flow and also gasoline consumption. There are immense effects. What 11X does is they place sensors in places where people park and connect them to apps so that the sensor can tell, is there a vehicle on the parking spot or not? And it connects to the app so that people find the parking spot. We don't need personal information to get that. You just need a sensor that has a relatively straightforward task, on or off. Is there a car on me or is there not? And then that flows into a system that makes that information available in real time to parkers. And for cities, they are able to use that real time information to plan. Where are we allowing parking that is beneficial for traffic flow and it meets the needs and expectations of the citizens? Where can we develop more of it? How can we better run traffic in our city? And it requires a smart technology, but a relatively simple smart technology. And it's been very beneficial in a lot of projects around not only around the Ontario area, but also abroad.
Speaking, abroad, Sao Paulo itself is almost half the population of the city of Sao Paulo. Is half the population of Canada. And so I wonder if Sao Paulo could use a parking solution like this. But a lot of really interesting things we talked about, privacy by design, like thinking about these issues as you're developing technology. And Brazil is in a microcosm of innovation. There are so many, and we saw it in the presentations earlier today from Minas Gerais and from Rio Grande do Sul, that there's so many tech innovation centers, incubators. Brazil has they have an AI law coming, maybe signed by the end of this year. Heard a giggle somewhere. But they also have something called an AI sandbox, a regulatory sandbox, which allows for this type of testing where you have various different parties involved that need to be involved from the outset, but are often either not engaged or are afraid of competition or afraid of IP. And Brazil is offering a sandbox to have those conversations and to develop innovation. And so I think there's a lot, not only that technology can be exported to Brazil, but also some of the ways in which Brazil innovates and develops new technology can come to Canada as well. Speaking of this back and forth between Canada and Brazil, I want to talk about kind of partnerships. And Ian, I know that we've talked briefly about maybe some of the programs, the partnerships, and hopefully one coming with Brazil, with ways of working together. And I'm hoping maybe you could bring some details on that and how Mars collaborates not only domestically but internationally with different bodies.
Yeah, so we have a long-standing history working with international organizations. You can imagine with a country about the size of Sao Paulo that we have an incredible competitive strategy. So we could do, really well internationally, or we could focus here on a very small market. And when you're sitting next to the most dominant import and export market in the world, that it's highly competitive. So we've worked with international organizations because you can imagine actually the reality is Canadian corporates aren't very good at adopting innovative tech. It's very slow. It's very risk averse. It's tight. So we work with we've actually shifted the model recently where we had an original model of corporate innovation where you have the typical corporate would come, the business unit would sign up with Mars. We'd help them with innovation scouting or innovation thinking, getting into the weeds of their problem statements, and then helping them adopt different types of tech. We've actually moved back to a much more streamlined model recently where we're actually building a digital infrastructure that hosts all of the companies we support on a digital directory. That directory is available for both corporations and network users, but also accredited investors. And there's 2 different panels to get in. So that is a free and complimentary access. So it's increasing that first step. The next step is like, well, how do we work with a corporation to actually provide a POC or to get an investment for a company? We still have those traditional models, but we've broken them all apart to do things like corporate cohorts. So think about taking, instead of a corporate one-on-one, we take a bunch of corporations and put them together, turn them into startups a little bit, and then run them through programmatic training. So we're doing that right now with a buildings mission around smart buildings. So we've actually really hyphenated this. This is how specific you can get. We've gotten to the point where we've chosen, okay, we need hotel operators and operators under 50,000 square feet, at least $10 million a year, 10 million in revenue. So we have this like very, very specific research we've done to find out where the gaps are in this adoption problem. And then we bring together those companies and train them on adopting with different ventures that we also put in the mix. And while we can't control a POC happening, we create the conditions at which it happens. So that's something in the model we've done since day one. We did that in medicine. We did that first with patient care. We're now doing it across things in climate. So corporations have many different ways to come to Mars. Over the years, we've also run programs all over the world. We've run innovation training all through South America, and different corporations in a private setting. We are exploring to do more big things and bringing multiple businesses together, but also helping to explore the Canadian innovation economy just in a different versus one-on-one. I think one-on-one innovation training is still available, but it actually is a little more fun to do it as a group. It's like, could we take an event like this and turn it into more of an innovation training exercise, take half a day and put the group through that work, and also from different backgrounds. So this is how we're doing it now. Last year, we had about 30 corporate partners last year that we supported. We did dozens of introductions, and we had about 12 POCs last year. We are dealing with very difficult adoption in the B2B space. So we're not as high velocity as maybe like other smaller sort of software enablers. We're dealing with things like industrials to adopt, sensor tech, advanced manufacturing, robotics, tons of supply chain work has been done to support just moving things A to B. It's an incredible thing because when we worked with Scale AI to do a program, we did an accelerator program for them. We actually found that is one of the greatest places for finding efficiency across domain of a business. You're saving money, but you're also getting better on your bottom line of your skilled emissions reporting. So you have both double win there. About 3 minutes. I'm just going to pause there.
Thank you. Obrigado. I like being specific, knowing what the gap is, what the problem is, and then working on a solution. And it's okay to be that specific because there are so many small little challenges that we can chip away at. and bring innovation. So in those last 3 minutes, if I could ask both of you, and this was not part of the script, but if I could ask both of you to give a quick thought on why Brazil, Canada, from each of your perspectives.
Oh, I think we are both middle powers. Brazil is a bigger middle power than Canada, but they still have to live in a world where there are larger countries with more power, more capital. And Canada is similar, and we are both, I think, also migrating from a resource-based economy to an economy that is more diversified and digital. And we have an opportunity, I think, to be nimble in the way that larger blocks like the EU and the US are more innovative. And the boxing example that you gave from Brazil strikes me as one of the ways in which a country that is dedicated to being more experimental can figure out better ways to solve problems that really exist across the world. And to the extent that Brazil and Canada can do that, that's, I think, why we're here to talk about cross-fermentation.
I agree with that. I think the transition from the resource-based economy into the new diversified economy is huge. Mina Gared, like that presentation, those are exactly the reasons why seeing the numbers of domestic import is down. We'd like to see that go back up, of course, from our end, especially through the lens of innovation, right? It might shift from resources being transferred, but we have a whole bunch of different domestic solutions in this fields of industrials, in automation. If you're picking on data centers, there's a lot of innovation happening here. If you just go unpack the Alberta market right now and what they're doing, you could even mimic that too. So I'll leave it at that with what Daniel said. I think he nailed all of the great points of, I think the collaboration is actually quite open right now. And I'd be happy to talk to anybody if you're interested. I spoke with him last night, but we were looking at some pretty big market moving programs to help companies build very large projects and get them ready for 2030 territory.
Amazing. Thank you both. What great minds. Please join me in thanking Dan and Ian for their thoughtful remarks, and do reach out to them or come chat with them if you have any more questions. Thank you so much.
We need a photo. Where's Kaiki? Hey, back up there for a photo. Where's the gentleman?
Thank you very much for all that insight. All that is that.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you as always.
We have a habit of bringing people up to introduce the person who's going to introduce. But since I've been up here every time, I'm going to keep doing it. So it's my pleasure now to actually bring up another panel about trade partnerships. And so we're going to bring up Rob Peterman, who is, of course, the Chief Commercial Officer for the Toronto Stock Exchange for the TSX. And we have Vasuda Sinya, who is Partner International Arbitration, Litigation, Dispute Resolution, McCArthy Tétrault. And McCArthy Tétrault, of course, has been our wonderful host here. Please come up. Vasuda, thank you. Come on up. It's a beer. Now, Rob is Stock Exchange. He's about hope and positivity in the future. And Vasuda is about arbitration and darkness. So I hope we have something different from what I'm thinking is going to happen here. Anyway, please obviously check the online thing. We have all their biographical information, and they are the experts here. But I want to start with Rob. So Rob, give us a little history, set the place.
Great. So I know we were just talking about innovation. One of the places we've had as a longstanding trade relationship between Canada and Brazil is around the mining sector, and I know there's a lot of mining people in this room. So, going back, a lot of success stories between the two markets. And when I think about the Brazilian mining companies that are on Toronto Stock Exchange, think about very strong Brazilian-led businesses, and in particular, the economic impact that those companies have on the regions they're working in. So we've always really been proud of that. We have a full-time presence in Sao Paulo, so TSX and TSX Venture Exchange are highly engaged with the Brazilian market on a day-to-day basis, and talk about some of the other things going on as the panel goes.
Do you have some numbers though that you could share with us?
Yeah, absolutely. We have right now there's about 47 companies listed on Toronto Stock Exchange and TSX Venture Exchange that have assets in Brazil. And as I said, there's always a mix, but most of those companies are led by Brazilian management teams. It's over 200 properties as well that are listed on the markets. And this week we're celebrating our TSX 30 list, so the top performing companies on Toronto Stock Exchange. And it wasn't so long ago where Aura Minerals was the #1 performing issuer on Toronto Stock Exchange.
But so, Vasuda, now that, of course, we have some positivity about the things that are listed, but I'm curious, okay, without an actual trade agreement in place, what are the protections that companies... Where we said about that?
Yeah, I know it's funny having a disputes lawyer talk on a panel about partnerships, but I think whenever it comes to cross-border trade, understanding the dispute resolution options that are available on either side is an important part of risk assessment and risk management. And I think the analysis is different for Canadian companies entering Brazil than it is for Brazilian companies looking to Canada in the absence of a trade agreement or an investment agreement. So Brazil is famous for not having any investment treaties in place at all, and for completely removing itself from the investor state dispute resolution system that many other countries are otherwise a part of. That still permits Brazilian companies to make use of that system, because they are still able to structure through third countries and make use of treaties that would be in place with Canada. And so Brazilian companies coming into Canada are still able to understand what investment treaties Canada has in place and avail themselves of those protections and those dispute resolution options on the international scale should things go awry, though we always hope that they don't. For Canadian companies going into Brazil, I think one of the important things to understand is the prevalence of the commercial arbitration system in Brazil, which is quite embedded and gives more certainty for foreigners who find themselves needing to litigate in Brazil in the absence of an investment treaty.
It's interesting because the CCBC and the Câmara, of course, in Brazil has an arbitration center too, and they have been exploring quite comfortably what's going on here, trying to set up something.
Right.
Is that something that could be involved with? Any conversations there?
Not yet, but I'm happy to.
We're going to send them your way. And so, Viviani, are you listening? So we have somebody here from there too as well. And but one thing I think is interesting is that you are already we're doing lots of business. We're kind of cheating the system because they're going around third parties. When you folks, do you end up having to work in another country's rules in order to affect the actions that you're doing, the arbitrations that you're doing? Are you able to do it direct with Brazilian governments?
So when you're dealing with Brazilian companies directly, I think as long as you have arbitration agreements in place, the trick is assessing the risks at the outset of a deal, right at the outset of the investment, and really understanding and being honest with yourself about what the potential pressure points are going to be, and being quite systematic and thoughtful about looking at what laws you want governing your contract, where you want to seat your arbitration, because all of those issues, and I am very conscious that they seem very technical and exotic to people on the business side, but they have very real implications when it comes to a dispute arising. At the end of the day, if you have a dispute and you need to enforce a payment provision, you want to make sure that you're able to actually get money out of it, right? Otherwise, what's the point? So certainly you have that opportunity when dealing with Brazil if you understand properly what the mechanisms are in place for the enforcement of an award, how you want to structure your arbitration agreement to make that easier for you. And you have to understand where the assets are that you're going to enforce against. You're dealing with a Brazilian company whose assets are in Brazil. You want an award likely that's seated in Brazil, because that lets you get access to those assets more quickly. If that same company has more of its assets elsewhere, then you may want a different kind of arbitration, different bit. So I think in a very self-interested manner, but I always say at the outset of the deal, you have to put those resources into some proactive dispute resolution analysis, engaging your local Brazilian counsel and your friendly Canadian counsel to really understand where those pressure points are to save yourself the headache down the line, Shane or us.
It's funny. So Rob, when you're listing companies, when you're recruiting companies, how much of that is in the conversation about what we know what happens when things go well, but how much are you talking about when things go not well?
Yeah, I think in terms of the conversation with the exchange, we don't spend as much time on that. Their security counsel would be working on that with them, and then have people in the room here that are active around Brazilian transactions and advising companies on that part of the equation. Our side would be more talking about the raising of capital and the access to that and liquidity and best practices. When you cross that threshold of being a public company and having a governance structure and everything like that. So our role is more on educating around that than the trade between the two countries.
But you are going deep in there, because tell us about the B3 arrangement. We're down there to see the wonderful launch of the new relationship. Maybe you could describe it to everybody what it is and what's happened with it.
Yeah, sure. We so it was very exciting. We opened the B3 and you were there. We had press released an MOU between the two exchanges, and we're continuing to kind of work through that. But ultimately, what we would like to establish is a partnership in Brazil that will drive, help on one side companies access capital and to grow, and then on the other side, give investors more direct access to growth companies. And we think, the ability to put together accessing the Canadian markets on one hand, or in certain situations, but also the ability to access the Brazilian markets and capital there. So stay tuned. We're continuing to communicate with B3 and work on that. But our goal ultimately is to foster investment opportunities, and we think ultimately that going to be beneficial for the energy transition sector, and hopefully we'll move into other categories over time.
Speaking of energy transition, speaking of mining, just the fact is largely a mining chamber. BDAC is the demonstration of that. That's so many companies. Well, give us a little crystal ball. What do you think is going to come up in the future too with just mining, energy transition, all of these hot topics, hot buzzwords? But what are they when you actually look at the stock exchange and the value for you? And of course, we're looking for tips.
Sure. Well, we don't give tips on market.
Sure. I'll translate them to tips.
We are out right now, actually, talking about our TF30 list. I just mentioned that. So it's the top 30 performing companies over a 3-year period. So we want to look at a long timeline there. And the one theme that really does rise to the top, there's a few like AI and infrastructure investments that you see in the list. But the third theme we've talked a lot about is gold. So we have seen investors looking for stability. And by looking for stability, gold is a place that people go for that. So, around TSX 30, we've been talking about, these themes of infrastructure investment, geopolitical uncertainty, making people look for stability. And then the third big driver being AI. But for the purposes of this meeting, there are, people can make their own assessments of this. There are projections that see gold, going even higher, and political instability not ending tomorrow. So that's something obviously for investors to think about.
And the big trip that you folks took to Brazil and Argentina, and you took a bunch of companies down there looking at energy transition. How was that received? Good.
Great reception. So just to elaborate on that again, we're very active in the Brazilian market. We've got a full-time presence. We spend time on the ground with the companies and companies that are thinking about going public and investors. One of the things we try to do is build connections between the markets. And so we took a delegation of what we call CPC founders. I'm not sure how familiar people are with the CPC program, but it's the most common way companies go public on the TSX.
It's explain a little bit too, because we have a lot of young manufacturers who might eventually fit.
Sure. So a CPC is a mini SPAC without all the problems that SPACs have. And we've had over 2,000 of them on the venture exchange. It's a structure that, really helps smaller companies bridge into the public markets with liquidity, director expertise that they need for governance around their business. So that's the CPC program there. And again, it's the most common way that a company would go public on our venture exchange. It's very common in the mining sector because it has all these benefits for helping a company, go from being a private business to a public company with quarterly financial reporting and a governance structure around them. But what we did put together was a delegation of investors and CPC founders, and they spent a week in Brazil and Argentina, and in each country, the Canadian deal makers were meeting with primarily companies in the energy transition space, so it cut across renewable energy, precious metals, generally connected to energy transition, and did one-on-one meetings. They were met with about 15 companies in Brazil and 15 in Argentina. And again, our role is really just try to build those connections. And if you're a private company in Brazil, starting to meet some of the people that might help fund that transition might be a good partner for you to move the business forward. Those were the kind of connections we were trying to facilitate.
For so long, Argentina has been just a tough nut because of the complications in the economy there. And you're really feeling things have changed, improved, opportunity is there.
Yeah, I don't think I'm saying anything that's not out there generally in the market. I get the efforts around deregulation in Argentina are not going unnoticed, and people are very interested in the opportunities there.
And I'm going to come back to you, Vasudha. Deregulation, is that a good thing or a bad thing in your space?
It's a thing. I think it depends. In my space, it's the change from either regulation to deregulation or deregulation to regulation that matters, because it changes the environment, business environment, the regulatory environment for a foreign investor. And that's what can give rise to a sufficient change to trigger it. So I think when looking at investing in the context of deregulation, it's important to look at that deregulation on the long spectrum, and in the proper geopolitical context. Because certainly deregulation can turn into regulation with a government change like that. And suddenly you're in more hot water than you anticipated. So it really depends how quickly the tides might turn.
Sure. When you're recruiting clients, are you looking for Canadian clients who, we're talking Canada, Brazil, Canadian clients who are interested in Brazil, or Brazilian clients who are interested here, or some sort of partnership that exists that may have some problems? Like who is your base?
All of the above, quite honestly. I think they all give rise to different concerns and different interests. Canada is not immune to being sued by its foreign investors. I think in some ways, government lawyers in Canada are probably envious of what Brazil has done because they're not being sued all the time, whereas there are somewhere between 2 and 5 cases started against Canada annually in the last five years or so. So a lot of those are legacy NAFTA cases, and so the tide's going to turn a little bit given that that's not in play anymore. But certainly there are instances of regulatory changes in the Canadian context that have given rise to pretty hefty disputes. And the analysis there are various routes to take when advising investors who have been affected by those regulatory changes. There's actually a recent case that's not in the investment treaty context, but that went through the courts, where an investor in Spectrum was affected by the regulatory changes in relate to mobility and successfully sued the government because of the loss that they suffered following a change in the regulation. On the flip side, a similarly placed investor who was affected by the same change in regulation, who sued within the investment treaty framework, was unsuccessful. And so it really does depend on the specific facts to figure out what is the best avenue forward. When looking at Canadians in Brazil who may encounter disputes, given that we know that the investment treaty framework is absolutely not in play, we just have to look at different options. And in terms of partnerships that may go awry, again, we're happy to advise on any level. It really depends on the industry and the sector, and looking at what kinds of governing law clauses are going to be helpful, given the parties involved.
But it's so interesting because you talk to so many people who say, I don't want to deal with Brazil because it's complicated, it's bureaucratic. But the fact is, it's a rule-based society and business culture that I think if everybody knows the rules and plays by the rules, then it works so fine. And they also do have an arbitration result, right? That's,
right.
Yeah.
And anybody I've talked to has spoken very fiercely in favor of the arbitration culture because there's a culture of compliance with the awards. Generally speaking, non-compliance is under 5%. So that does give a lot of reassurance in terms of if you go in and things go awry, are you going to end up with a legal outcome that you can have faith in? And that matters a lot, I think.
How small a company would be of interest to you? What would be the small? The reason why is because we're talking about doing business in Brazil.
Right.
A lot of SMEs are looking at exporting, but they're still an SME.
Yeah.
How small a company is a company for you?
I'm more interested in what's interesting, quite honestly. So I'm happy to chat, and if it makes sense for us both, then I'm interested. I don't think it's a question of scale per se, so much as a question.
I love the fact that you turned each question into. Okay. All right. Define interesting. Yeah.
I'm a disputes lawyer.
No. All right. So, but when you say what's interesting for you, I mean, if it's the process is challenging, the item is challenging, the people are challenging. What is interesting?
Something novel, new industries, new types of governance structures, kind of anything that will require analysis that's off the beaten path, but takes us creativity. Problem solving is what we do on the front end. It's what we do on the back end, but everybody hates when we have to step in on the back end, and we're happy to offer those services on the front end in a prophylactic manner.
You made it so fun. And I know it's not. Okay, back to Rob. The would you say that you have mostly good news stories? Because I bring that up for an interesting reason. I've just been doing a ton of tech stuff. 95% failure on every case. You know, they're startups and they're all doing it wrong. And then we just heard a 60% success rate in Venus. Where'd you go? Okay, anyway, we just heard this wonderful success rate going on in Venus, business development. So I'm curious, just on the exchange, I probably could have looked at stats. I didn't. What are things going well? Like, and I'm not talking about, oh, it's closing higher and higher. I'm talking about, do you really feel that there's good confidence in the marketplace now with all the upheaval that's happening?
That is a very tough question. I will say a couple of things. So one, a lot of indexes, Canada, US, they are at all-time highs right now. So indexes are at an all-time high on one hand. I think investors are thinking about some of the economic challenges we hear about every day, from supply chains to companies looking at how they're going to change their exporting models and find new countries to export to. So I do think there's a lot of people right now looking at the markets and saying, okay, they're like, it's been a bit of a roller coaster for the first 6 months of the year. People reacted in a certain way to Liberation Day in the U.S. and seen markets tracking back up since then. But talk to people all the time, and everyone is, I think, feeling, trying to understand or reconcile the highs we're at with the sort of economic backdrop a lot of people feel right now.
Well, in our own company, we are spending a lot of time consulting, providing advice, providing reassurance, and encouraging our clients to focus on what they can do, not focus on the upheaval. And in that process, we're charging for it. So we're making more money than ever. And it has been a wonderful and exciting time for us because every day is completely different. But it's been very tough on our clients. So that's what I was kind of getting to there, was just, whenever there's obstacles, there's always opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. There's opportunity. I think, one other thing you'll hear from law firms, accounting firms, others, or that I generally hear is, it is very industry specific, right? Like there are some industries that are less affected, and some types of businesses, like consumer oriented businesses, that are experiencing a lot of upheaval. Yeah.
When you are looking for a company to list, what do you look for? I had a conversation with Guillaume, who said, don't talk to me unless you got a deck. And it's just very simple. He was just saying, do they have a deck? And I thought that was interesting because he felt like he needed people to have thought about their business. And so what do you look at?
I think to be in the public markets, like a company has to have, I would, generally say traction in their core business, and a strong business case to create upside for investors that people are going to believe in.
It's the numbers and the faith in both cases. Vasudha, so can you tell us a little bit more about your practice? Tell us what your day-to-day experience is.
Sure. I mean, my practice is broadly international arbitration, which translates into two categories of disputes: commercial arbitration between commercial partners from different jurisdictions, or investor state disputes, largely on the investor side, but not exclusively, particularly in the energy sector. So I'm a recent repatriate. I was abroad for a number of years, and coming back to Canada, the opportunities really lie with clients in the energy and infrastructure sectors, where there's a lot of investment and a lot of upheaval these days in particular. But really, it's a sector agnostic space. Disputes are disputes. And there's a particular complexity that arises in disputes when multiple jurisdictions are involved. And I kind of deal with that in all ways.
I'm going to ask you both the same question, and it's funny because Andrea mentioned non-scripted. Well, as you can tell, half of this is non-scripted at all because you answered all three of the beginning questions with the first answer. But I am curious, if you're looking to build a partnership, what do you think are the company? What do the companies need in order to make that bilateral partnership work? So, if you're talking to somebody who says, "I want to go to Brazil," what would be the broad principles, the broad things that you think they need to know before they make that effort?
You want to make sure you're properly on the same page with who you're looking to partner with, in all material aspects, right? And that you have honestly understood each other's pressure points, and sought to allocate that risk within your commercial partnership. I think good fences make good neighbors. It's trite, but it's true.
Trite but true. I like that too. So, and Rob, so when you're looking at those companies and investors who are thinking about South America or the other way, what are the broad strokes that they need to know?
Sure. Well, maybe I'll talk about an example, and Gary's here, one that he and I know very well, a company called Sigma Lithium and Anna Cabral. And but if it was almost like there was a time before she was Anna Cabral, but there was a time where we'd been working with Sigma Lithium for a while. It was an idea or a concept. Lithium was not a hot commodity in the marketplace like it was now. And we're talking 50 plus meetings trying to find the right partners to finance that. And I think, there were a few times we got to a point where we were like, there's no one else we can introduce. Like, there's no one else who will introduce this. And then National Bank, which is a Canadian institution, got interested in the transaction, and that helped get it done. But again, the vision, look, a lot of that vision has been realized from, that was just a vision 8-10 years ago. But the vehicle electrification and the need for lithium and the success that Sigma Lithium had, like we, went from like something that we didn't know if we could find any capital for, went public, maybe around a $30 million market cap, and grew to, multi-billion-dollar market cap company. But like having that potential, right? And it's one of these things that's hard to say exactly what it is, but sometimes when you see it. And it's been amazing to kind of see what Sigma's accomplished, the way Anna's able to tell that story and be an ambassador for the company. And so that, like, that's an example of the type of thing that it wasn't easy. There was a big vision behind the project. And then I just, the other thing I would like to say is, I know, the impact that companies had on the community they work in. And that's something Sigma takes a lot of pride in. But we see that, like, whether it's Bravo or Aura, the companies in Brazil take a tremendous amount of pride on the social element of their business and the impact they're having in the communities they're working in.
It's funny because when I first joined the chamber and we started doing PDAC and going to mining events, I saw this woman, Anna Cabral, and she was a very stylish, fashionista Brazilian lady who was in every panel. And then the next year at the next PDAC, she was in every panel again, talking about Sigma Lithium. And at one point I said, does she have a mine? Is there a hole in the ground? Is anything going on? But you're right. It was somebody with a powerful vision who pushed it through and made something happen. So I think that's it was interesting. That was the example you brought up. So I love that. So And yes, I was going to say so many questions, please.
Just adding on to what Rod said, you cannot overstate the importance of the people. And when you first asked the question about how you deal with things, and Rob said they're not terribly involved in risk avoidance, it's not quite true. Because in a way, in addition to evaluating the merits of a project or a business, the other thing that the exchange does is they evaluate the people who are involved in the project. They want to know who the board of directors is. They want to know who management are. And to Vasuda's point, are they the kind of people that are going to consult with seasoned lawyers and other people to make sure that when they're doing deals, that they're consulting with counsel and making sure that the protections are built in? And that's what brings integrity to the listed companies and gives confidence to the market. So the people that are involved are so important. So Rob, I put it back to you, but that really, Singla was part of that, but every company that succeeded, it was because of the people behind it and their processes and their disciplines.
Yeah, I did. Well, look, I'd just say the question I was addressing was, do we get involved in sort of like trade matters and things like that? Like, we will be very careful in terms of making sure people own their assets and they have a proper governance structure around the company that's going to go public. But we don't spend a lot of time talking to them about the exact same matters that the SUFRA.
Well, but it's interesting because what Gary is saying about the people and the people following the rules, and here's the person with the rules and saying, do you follow them? And this is what you should do, because talk about front loading. I think, we're hearing a really interesting story here, because we get lots of people who are salespeople. I'm a salesperson. I can sell anything. But do I know the fundamentals? Do I know all the ins and outs? Do I know the fact that we have rules that we need to follow? No, I have to go find the real people who know how to do that hard work. And so sometimes it'll be somebody like Vasuda, sometimes it'll be somebody else. I think we have a question. Go ahead.
My question I had everybody Alma. Daniel, I work as a senior capital markets lawyer for Cisco Bahia. I'm now based here in Toronto. I recently saw that the TSX was actually traveling around Latin America and specifically Brazil, and read about the deal with or an MOU with the B3, and I wanted to ask, where do you see the synergies there? Because it's a competing business in a way where B3 wants to, and I had a meeting with the people at B3 because they work down there in equity upper markets. And I want to see from yours perspective, where can you work together with them to attract investments to both stock exchanges of dual listings, and how can we look away? Because especially in Brazil, I feel that a lot of the companies are looking to list in the stock exchange in the United States, and I have a big interest in putting Canada on a lot of the companies' maps and look at different stock exchanges, especially Toronto.
Yeah, so well, good question. First of all, I think when we look at a lot of these companies, I just talked about Sigma. Sigma's does have a BD, a depository receipt in Brazil. It's available to Brazilian investors. I mentioned Aura Minerals. Aura's been a company, particularly successful raising capital in Brazil, right? So they were listed on Toronto Stock Exchange using the regulatory structure in Canada, 43101, and they were able to raise a lot of money through Brazilian investment bank. So, in my mind, your ability to access capital and there's a partnership opportunity in that you're able to access capital in both marketplaces. And I think where, both like we and B3 believe there's an opportunity is the current structure on B3 is that the companies generally are larger. There's only about 400 public companies in Brazil. I think collectively we agree there might be an opportunity to bring our knowledge around smaller and mid-cap companies to play and to hopefully do something that's beneficial for both sides to help build the equity ecosystem in Brazil. So again, bringing more investors to market, getting them access to some new opportunities, and also for entrepreneurs, giving them a new channel so that they don't necessarily have to take, your company to Toronto if that's not the right solution. It might be a solution that is direct in Brazil.
This is Michael. Thank you very much. Just a similar question to Daniel's. Just wondering if you're a company that does trade on the B3 right now and pursuing a dual listing in Toronto, does that reduce your listing requirements to list in Toronto? Does it shorten the time frame that you have to list? And also, too, a follow-up question to that is, if you're a Canadian investor investing in a Brazilian company via the TSX, does that offer you greater investor protection, or is it the same?
Okay, so we'll take the first question, and I just want to make sure I frame it properly. So the first question was around, say the first thing, if you're already listed on the V3, does that shorten your required for your first interview? Like, generally, it generally would, and it's hard to say exactly because every listing is unique, but generally where you have the structure of doing audited financial statements and things like that, it should be more streamlined, and we have a fee structure that is lower for companies that are coming from another regime. So it can be less expensive for a company to add the dual listing in. What I would say, like the one challenge, and this is something we do talk about with B3 quite a bit, is clearing between the markets. So one of the things that's unique about Canada is we have direct clearing with the U.S. market. So securities can trade in U.S. dollars on a U.S. exchange and Canadian dollars on the Canadian exchange, and there's seamless clearing between the markets. So you're not breaking up your liquidity in any way. You're actually increasing the liquidity pool because you're accessing Canadian retail investors here. You're accessing U.S. retail investors in the U.S. In Brazil, essentially you'd be accessing U.S. retail or Brazilian retail investors because Brazilian professional investors can invest anywhere in the world, just like Canadian professional investors, or accredited investors, as the case may be. So we do, what we like to think about is just accessing the additional pools in each market, and then there can be impacts on liquidity where people are going to trade or arbitrage between the currencies of the market. So in many cases, the dual listing can actually increase your liquidity by around 15%, where you're liquid in two marketplaces.
We have another question over here with Stefana.
Robert, thank you for your time. So when we talk about fundraising and liquidity, we are talking about also credibility, right? Companies that, beside the assumptions of fitting the financial requirements, they're facing a challenge to pass credibility to be listed and do an IPO through a stock exchange. What is in your vision, the three principles that differentiates for a company to list their stocks in Canada, beside then the US and Brazil? As you just mentioned, you have few alternatives for liquidity. But what makes Canada the right place for the three principles that brings this differentiation of explain that here is the right place for those type of companies?
Yeah, so I think one thing you'll hear is people like to see a connection to the market. So there will always be a test, right? Like if a Canadian company were to try to go public in Brazil, people would say, why? If a Brazilian company is going to go public in Canada, people are going to say, why is that, right? So, we are generally looking for what we'd call like a nexus to Canada or a reason to do it. And one place where it is easy is in the mining sector, right? So what we have here in Canada is an ecosystem of lawyers, investment bankers, CPCs, research analysts. There's a number of people that are very experienced, one around the small and mid cap space. So you have people that are experienced supporting these kind of earlier stage companies. And I would suggest to you, there's no other country in the world that has as strong a small and mid cap marketplaces as Canada does. The track record of the TSX Venture Exchange as a junior capital market is generally regarded as the best marketplace in the world, and we hear that all the time from people outside of Canada. So there's that, but we're usually looking for a deeper connection, right? So if you take the case of Sigma, for example, that was a mining company. Canadians have a lot of experience with lithium. They have a lot of experience with companies of that size, and Sigma went public, for example, through a CPC. So they use that structure to help them bridge into the public market. So I think it's about the nexus to the market or the investor base, and there does have to be something higher than just it's a Brazilian company coming to Canada, because we know from experience Canadian investment bankers will look very closely at why the company's coming here and want to understand that, but there has to be a strong case with investors. So there has to be a reason, experience, and then if you've got an ecosystem that's used to writing research and financing lithium companies, for example, if there's a logical argument for why this marketplace was the best place for Sigma to start at the stage they were at.
With Masuda, when you were talking before about the fact is you've got to plan on the rules, you've got to understand, try to sort everything and know your partners and everything as much as you can in advance. I'm hearing this too, that it is sort of the people each time. But what would you say is the biggest mistake partnerships make? Bilateral partnership, or maybe the two or three biggest mistakes.
So I think seizing on opportunity without fully acknowledging the risks that are in front of you is probably the biggest one. And I can't name cases right now, but often, particularly as geopolitical tides turn, and investment opportunities arise quickly, when it comes to big projects and big infrastructure projects, money flows in very, very quickly, and people compete for those opportunities. And a full assessment of the history that led to that opportunity is not done, and the risks that are more likely than not to arise on the back end are not fully acknowledged. And that's what leads to these very large disputes. And most of the investor state disputes that I have done have not been on behalf of strategics or big corporates. They're largely done by opportunistic investors, private wealth that has connections to people, but had not properly vetted the people with who they are interacting on the other side, or have understood the risks but chosen to accept them without a full understanding of what the back end risk will be. And I think that results in much more in bigger problems than anybody anticipated or sought to anticipate at the front end, and leads to multi-billion-dollar disputes when nobody wanted them. And they're not always multi-billion-dollar disputes. Sometimes it's just not having the right roofer in your agreement, and suddenly you're in a partnership with somebody you didn't realize you would be in a partnership with, because you didn't realize that the person you were dealing with was going to exit out, and you didn't properly protect yourself that way. So it really is doing a proper assessment of the people who you are entering into the partnership with, and who they partner with, and really understanding the full context, and not failing to understand the full context is where things go awry.
Are people getting smarter? Are people realizing how much they need you?
I think some people are.
Apparently not over there. Gary, where's that mic? Give that mic back to Gary. No, please.
I think once you hit a problem and understand just how difficult it can be, then you're more attuned to trying to avoid it a second time around. I think, the first time you see an opportunity, it can be too enticing and it's easy to be romanticized by that opportunity. And so it's always, I agree with Gary, everything is personality driven. So some people are more attuned to those risks and looking to allocate them at the front end, and some people are not. And some people are just happy to be risk takers.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to act for you if you're a risk taker too. So,
To help them out. I'm going to leave the last comment with Rob, but I'm not going to ask what the future is. I'm just going to ask, are you going to be busier?
That's a bit of a crystal ball question. And if I knew the answer, probably be on a beach somewhere. But I do think, we've been saying we feel optimistic about the fall, but we, have experienced the first 6 months of this year and understand that we can expect some twists and turns and surprises. So while we're, optimistic in this moment, public markets are all about timing. So, we'll see if things are able to get done and see a little more capital raised in the markets, a few more companies going public, but we'll wait and see how it goes, because that's how it is.
So there's going to be a few more surprises, and we're going to wait and see how it goes. We need to actually hire her first, and you could, eventually make a lot of money and be successful. That part is from me. So, gentlemen and lady, I'm delighted that you're both here. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. And folks, that is the end of this panel. And I'm the chairman. Great, please.
Well done.
Yes, that's going to be suggestion. Maybe shady glasses. Hey, dear. You're the picture. Good pops.
And then I'm going to find a little cards at my house. It's basically all the entire man.
So we do.
Thank you very much. So now, folks, with that panel, it is my pleasure to introduce somebody very, very special. She has been a friend of the chamber, and she has been a really wise person when it comes to helping the province of Ontario. Somebody said, but Minas was halfway between Spain and France, is what you were saying. Well, Ontario is Spain and France combined. So just hope you know how big it is. Anyway, it is my pleasure to introduce Cynthia Ortiz. And hopefully, there she is. Oh, she took her jacket off. That's why. Here she is. Cynthia Ortiz is going to moderate the next panel. And please, over to you in here. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everybody. Hope you're having a good day. It's the end of the day, so I imagine some of you are a little tired, but we're trying to make it fun and interesting so you can get to know more about diversification. So I would like to ask our panelists to come and join us. First, Prerna Sharma. Please, if you can come and join us. She is the Senior Economist at Export Development Canada. Gustavo Ribeiro, Market Intelligence Manager at ApexBrasil. Margarita Monta, Expert Advisor at Exports in South America from Invest Quebec. And Tom Nix, Scholar of Business Law for McCarthy. Thank you. And it's a super nice. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here tonight. This afternoon. Okay, so again, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session. The name of the session is Market Diversification, Identifying Opportunities and Building Partnerships. My name is Cynthia Ortiz. I'm the area director for the Trade Programs Branch at the Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation, and Trade. Very much right. And I'll be your moderator for today. So how I'm gonna work on this session today is, first of all, I'm gonna do a quick introduction of everybody here, all our panelists. I will moderate a Q&A, and then we will open the floor for any questions that you might have. And finally, we will have a fun lightning round of like 4 personal questions that you might get like interesting to get to know about our panelists. So we have a can you hear me? I think like yes? Okay, perfect. I have a fantastic panel with us today, bringing diverse perspectives from both Brazil and Canada. First up, Margarita Mota. Thanks here. There you go. Global business strategist with over 15 years experience helping companies expand internationally. She is originally from Colombia, but Brazilian at heart. Good job. She is passionate about driving global growth and showcasing Quebec's innovation on the world stage. Next, Tom Mix, partner at McCarthy Tétrault. Tom has deep expertise in cross-border M&A and led Nutrient's retail expansion into Brazil, giving him a unique perspective on how our market connects. Off the table, of the deal table, you can usually find him at the golf course. Very interesting about him, he has participated in Augusta National. Oh, wow. Very good. We also have joined, Ferna Sharma have joined with us. She's the senior economist at Export Development Canada. She focuses on trade diversification, clean technologies, and digital trade. And she's the proud mom of a very active 4-year-old who keep her on her toes for sure. Her work recently helped EDC win a 2024 Bright Ideas Competition Award at the EDCO. So good job on that. I saw they post something too, so like, oh. And last but not least, Gustavo Ribeiro, Head of Marketing Intelligence Department at ApexBrasil. With over 20 years of experience in international trade and investment, Gustavo is also a professor and a Fulbright scholar, bringing deep insights into Brazil's evolving market landscape and a love for tennis off the court. So again, just a round of applause for them. Thank you so much. And let's go to start the discussion. So diversification is becoming more than a buzzword. I think for Canada, now it's a necessity. It's a need that is very clear. With that said, I think this session is just key, and it just came on a perfect time when the discussions on Mercosur had been reopened. And I think all of us, we have seen in the news recently about the visit of our Minister of International Trade to Brazil, to Sao Paulo, to reopen conversations. And in November, Minister Fideli, Minister of Economic Development, will come and attend as well. So I think it's just like getting a lot of synergy. And with that said, I would like to open a little bit the session with Perna. I would love if you can set the stage for us and share a little bit about the overview of ADC's global economic outlook, especially as it relates to Brazil.
Sure. Very happy to be here. Thank you for having me. So for those of you that don't know, ADC in the economics team, we come out with the Global Economic Outlook every quarter. we are in the midst of updating our fall outlook. So I'm not going to get into the details of the numbers of what GDP growth is and what trade uncertainty is and so on and so forth. But in general, the outlook for Brazil is going to be, it looks good. This year, surprise to many economists, the Brazilian economy in the first half grew 1.4%. This was bumpered by a very good crop season, which sort of boosted the agriculture supply chain. So in general, things for Brazil are looking good. The growth would be positive, and it looks like a good place for Canadians, exporters as well as investors. Having said that, I am an economist, so I have to talk about the risks. And so we have to be cautious. Brazil, there is very high interest rates. That is affecting credit. That affects interest rate sensitive sectors, durable consumption. So those are things to look out for, as well as the fiscal position. That is a risk for Brazil. Moody's, which is a rating agency, has recently downgraded their outlook for Brazil from positive to stable. And I think the third biggest elephant in the room is really the US tariffs. Brazil has a 50% tariff rate at the moment. 40% is the punitive tariffs, 10% is the Liberation Day tariffs. However, our house view is that the impact of the tariffs on the Brazilian economy will be modest. There are 700 exceptions that the White House has given, including sectors such as fertilizer, energy, iron. So the impact will be probably limited to a few sectors such as textiles and agri-food. So in general, Brazil looks like a good place to do business. So that's sort of the economic outlook that we're looking for this quarter. I do want to touch briefly on sort of the bilateral trade relationship that Canada and Brazil enjoy. So in 2024, Canada exported about $2.5 billion worth of goods, merchandise to Brazil. And in turn, Brazil exported close to $10 billion. So we do have a goods, from a Canadian perspective, a deficit with Brazil. What do we send to Brazil? We primarily send fertilizer, machinery, electrical equipment, aircraft. That's a big sector. And in turn, what do we get from Brazil? A lot of precious stones, metals, aircrafts, sugar, chemicals, things like that. Another aspect of trade that I want to highlight, which is beyond goods, is also services. So Canada has a surplus with Brazil when we look at services. We export more than we import back. And I think the third most important part of trade that we often don't talk about is actually investment. So Canadian direct investment in Brazil in 2024 was close to $20 billion. We know a lot of pension funds, a lot of Brookfield, a lot of Canadian investors are very prevalent in Brazil. That is technically considered an export in our definitions. And in return, we also know that there's a decent amount of Brazilian FDI that comes into Canada. I think that number in 2024 was 16 billion. So that's a quick context.
Thank you. That's very interesting. And like you just said, the perfect stage for the next question, which is we talk about like risk, exporting, importing. So I think key part of this are the logistics and financing. And I have a question for Margarita. What role do logistics, financing, and government support play in helping companies expand into these new markets?
Thank you, Cynthia. Before I go further, I just want to thank the Brazil-Canada Chamber of Commerce for this kind invitation. Thank you very much, Peter, Ali, and Dimas for this kind invitation. I'm very glad to be here today and to take part in this panel. I just want to add that I am usually introduce myself like a professional matchmaker, not in the romantic sense, of course, but in the professional and business world, because an important part of my job is to make connections happen. So you just asked me about the importance of logistics or the government services and as well the financing in the exportation and market diversification. And I think that is fundamental. It's really important. All these factors are the key ingredients to the recipe of success. For example, logistics is essential for the products reach the customers. We have here Meloac, that is a very amazing partner for you to make things happen, to export your goods to Brazil, and then to export the goods from Brazil to Canada. So please contact them for the logistic advice. And as well, for sure, financing is very key as well. EDC is a great partner with a large financial tools portfolio. And as well, in the Quebec, a big part of our role is to be the financial arm of the Quebec government. So we can play a key role as well to build new relationships to help and support companies that want to diversify their exportations. That being said, I have to add that we also offer expertise and support services, and it's a very important part of all the diversification and market development strategies, because companies have to know the market. I think it's key for any business plan to get to know better where we are selling, who will be our partner. So our expertise on services is really important for companies that are looking to explore Brazil. Actually, Quebec government has a very large economic network abroad. We have more than 30 offices in 20 countries, including Brazil. Our office in Sao Paulo, it's truly a launchpad for companies looking to doing business in Brazil. We have local people there that understand the market and knows how the market works and have all the important connections for you to do a really great job to matchmaker to introduce you with the right contacts. So it's very important to have the support on the ground. And we work hand in hand as well with all the Canadian partners. I think at EDC, I think as well at Global Offer Canada and other provinces. We work very closely with Ontario, for example. We organize trade missions to present or showcase our expertise. We are going actually, we are going next month to Brazil to participate in a business fair in Sao Paulo, FutureCom. So we work all together to showcase Canadian expertise, and I think this is very important. The Quebec companies have the opportunity to have the support of Quebec government, but as well the support of Canadians and federal government. So I think is these three factors: logistics, financing, and as well government support play a huge role in this market diversification.
Thank you. So I think like we have pretty much said the beginning. We know that first there is opportunities in Brazil, as Perla just mentioned it. Of course, now like EDC has had this report. We have the tools from the federal government, the provincial, and also sometimes even by cities. Municipal government also has some specific programs that support exporters. As I know, for example, Sudbury, I know they have a program where they are paying for the flight for exporters that they are looking to diversify, like instead of the U.S. to other provinces. So this is wonderful. We have logistics, financing, opportunity, and government support. For some of you that don't know what a trade commissioner is, trade commissioners are in every single country around the world. That's a representative of the federal government in the territory, and they are experts. They will help you to connect with the right people, find partners, give you inside information, reports, etc. So feel free to reach out to me or reach out to any of us if you want to find out a little bit more. Trade commissioners are mainly focused by sector. So there is one trade commissioner in Brazil for mining, one for clean tech, one for energy, one for ICT. So there is always like support everywhere. It's just, I think like sometimes websites can be a little confusing in the government. So like we get a little lost over there, but there's always a way. And with that said, we heard about opportunities, tools. Now, my next question is for Tom. From your expertise structuring deals in Brazil, what lessons should companies expanding into Brazil know?
Thank you, and thanks for having me today. This is a pleasure to sort of share some of my experience in Brazil and my learnings and my time there with this group. I think it depends. I think it depends on what the company is and what it's trying to do. I think, anyone in my past life in the agriculture market, the tagline was always, if you want to be a major global agriculture player, you have to be in Brazil. You have to be there. And I think, with some of the statistics you've seen about the import of fertilizers, and, Brazil is the largest importer of potash in the world. 90% of that is imported. Most of it comes from Canada. Some comes from Russia and somewhere else. I think, but that's where it stops for a lot of the Canadian companies and the multinational companies. It stops at the port, it stops at the border, it stops at the importing. Now, I think, back at, Nutrien's growth strategy at the time was, we wanted scale and wanted position in Nutrien or position in Brazil. And acquisitions gave us a very fast, very powerful way to look to acquire downstream market share. I think the challenges for any company going into Brazil are how do you as a multinational Canadian company, once you get by the acquisition stage, because that's the fun stuff. I mean, that's the fun stuff, that we turn the keys over to the operating team and let them sort of try to run the business in Brazil as a multinational company. I think it can be challenging. Speaking from the agriculture market, I would say that, a retail downstream agriculture sort of fertilizer sales business in any country in the world, no two countries are the same. The US has a very different operating model. Canada has a very different operating model. Brazil has a very unique operating model. Some of it's borne by my friend here at the end talking about high interest rates. Growers don't buy fertilizer with cash. They buy it on credit. Now, Brazil has a very unique operating structure with barter, right? Sometimes in order to wait for the fertilizer inputs, they bring the product back. So, you can turn somebody like Mosaic, or you can turn these other multinationals instantly that they can become a commodity trading company by accident. And, we all know that, there's expertise in commodity trading, and there's people that don't have expertise in commodity trading, and sort of exposing yourself to that sort of risk, exposing yourself to the foreign currency risk, exposing yourself to the credit risk. Brazil is the largest agricultural market in the world by acreage. So you've got vast distances with not a lot of, along the line distribution. So setting up those distribution channels can be challenging. So for a way, I think, to sum it up, I would say that from a deal execution perspective, very transparent, very sort of current, very sort of up to date with the latest M&A trends and all the very, predictable sort of rules and how to structure deals. I think the real challenge, and I think this is in any sort of agriculture company or any party playing in the agriculture space, when you get in country, operating the actual business and turning those acquisitions into success, that's what the challenge is.
Interesting. That's amazing. So I just feel like this insightful information about fertilizers and coming back, I was not expecting that for sure. And we talk about opportunities in Brazil. Now let's go more granular about states in Brazil. And with that said, I would love to ask this question to Gustavo, which of course, before having this discussion, I was just studying everybody on their LinkedIn, what they have done, what they posted. And he posted just a couple of days ago, I think so, a wonderful report on diversification on states from Brazil and every state. So Gustavo, tell me, based on this study, how can Canadian companies use it to identify opportunities for partnership and collaboration?
Perfect, Tika. Thank you so much. And hello, everyone. Again, this is my second third stage today. Our team is working a lot. And as you said, we have just published another report from which we break down the Brazilian exports at the state level. And this is really important for us to understand the impact of the current U.S. measures on us, because when you see the economists know this for sure that when we have aggregate data, you don't see the details, of course. So, and when you see the Brazilian exports to the US, we export roughly 12% of our total exports. So Brazilian exports 340 billion dollars to the world. And the US represents 12% of that. Yep. And we're talking about, well, how hard would be the tariff, the impacts on Brazil, and in terms of GDP, they are really modest. So 12% is not that much. A really low impact on GDP, so it's not such a deal. Oh yeah, it's a very important thing to look at. Because when you break down by states, you see that some of the states are really dependent on the US as a final destination, and some sectors as well. For instance, we saw at the report that at least eight states of Brazil, we have 27 states, have more dependence of the US as a destination that is really high. So, one example, the Ceará state, half of their exports go to the US. And then we are talking about the steel industry, we are talking about fisheries, we are talking about coconut water, natural honey, and other things. When I see the states that are today represented here as well, Rio Grande do Sul and Minas Gerais, my state, we see that some specific supply chains and sectors from them are also dependent on the US as a destination market. And this is what we bring up in the study. And for each state that has this level of dependence, we try to identify potential markets. Yeah. And of course, many other countries appear as alternatives: China, India, Mexico, and of course Canada. Yeah. So this was really important to do. I think it was the first study in Brazil where we could break up the export composition of export by each state, but going further. And what I mean by going further is to identify the possibilities for each state. And of course, this is a quantitative exercise. It should be complemented with the view from each state and of course from the private sector. The good thing, it's public available as well. So if you look at Apex website, you can find this report. And of course, the Brazilian companies can, from this report, can connect with the Canadian companies here that may be willing to trade. Yeah. And I think it was a very important step in reducing the asymmetric information regarding, okay, so where can we go? And we shouldn't be naive at the same time that, okay, we have identified those markets and all or part of our exports will go to those markets. You know that it's not that simple. The products are normally, they are standardized for specific markets. Sometimes the private sector will have the burden to change something, to change some kind of market access requirement to go to Canada, to go to Mexico or the EU or the Middle East. But in terms of knowledge, it's really important.
That's amazing. Thank you very much for that. And what I hear is now Brazil and some states have identified that these exports that used to go to the US need to move to another place, but they are already an experienced exporter. They don't have to pass through the whole process from just starting the business plan, etc. They have the capability, they have the expertise. Now they need to focus on a different market. So why not Canada? And even more since Canada is moving away a little bit from the US market. and the products are like moving away to from like all these stores, convenience stores. I feel it's a great opportunity either for Brazilians or Canadians to look at this report and maybe find like a way of building partnerships. That's the whole idea of this panel today. Building partnerships is key. And you're business people here, you pretty much like know how to build a relationship, and we have all the tools here. Well, thank you so much, Gustavo. That's wonderful. And I will move now to a different idea on more tools and how to utilize technology. So when I was looking at Perman's LinkedIn on the award that she won, the name of her project is called AI and the Future of Economic Development in the Public Sector. Now, Perna, I have a question. How do you see AI as a tool to diversify markets?
It's a really good question. My report was on AI and clean tech. Yes, but I mean, I can talk about technology, but from a Canadian diversification perspective, I'd like to highlight some of the work that we've done. I think it's important to also contextualize how dependent Canada's trade is on one trading partner and how that is problematic for a lot of reasons. It's also important to contextualize that Canada is a very important trading nation. We're primarily a trading nation. Our prosperity, our GDP really depends on trade. And we primarily trade goods. And in goods, we primarily trade commodities. We also trade services, but goods are the bulk of what we do. And when we look into the subcategories between what we are exporting, nearly 70 to 75% of that goes to the States, whether it's in services, whether it's in goods, whatever it is. So the case for trade diversification from a Canadian perspective is very, very strong. So yeah, I mean, that's what I would say.
Thank you. So I might like to add a little bit extra about AI and diversification, like ways of like use it, maybe ideas I've had. And I have always had this questions with, I work with Ontario companies. Of course, I help them to export into different markets. And some of the questions, sometimes they think like Latin America is a country. And I'm like, no, Latin America is not a country. Latin America is a region, because the question will be, Cynthia, I would like to export into Latin America. I'm like, well, there are many countries. And what works in Chile might not work in Brazil. What works in Brazil might not work in Ecuador or Peru, right? So I always tell them, why don't we start by doing your business case or your study, your go-to-market strategy. And it's very simple using AI solutions right now. Like you can definitely filter by saying like, oh, I sell glasses and I use like this material, put your HST number over there, and maybe identify a free trade agreement that might help them. That would be just a small way of how we can use AI. Or, you know what, my ideal customer is, and then you can have like a good brief of what is the ideal customer. Who should I be connecting with in Brazil? So it's just a beginning, but once that you have like 2-3 names, like you go to the websites and then you do more in-depth, I think like research. But AI is I think is very helpful in diversifying and find new countries, find new free trade agreements. Or even if we don't have a free trade agreement, I talk to, like, for example, Brazil, they have other free trade agreements with other countries. It's not just Canada and Brazil. Also, if you say like, oh, maybe I will invest in Brazil, and what other markets Brazil will open to me if I invest in Brazil. So I think AI is a wonderful technology. It could be dangerous sometimes. So talking about free trade agreements, I have a question for Margarita. With the latest news on reopening Mercosur FTA discussion between Brazil and Canada, how can our countries prepare for upcoming negotiations so business are ready to take advantage?
Thank you very much for that question. Actually, I think that planification, both countries have to be prepared. So it's a huge responsibility for both governments to take the time to sit with the companies to really align the strategy, the negotiation strategy with the objectives of the companies, to really know what the companies need. It's a matter of reducing tariffs or reducing commercial barriers, or simply giving the opportunity to know different partners or get access to the information. So it's really important for both governments to really know how the industry wants, how the companies wants, and how they can support them, because as Cynthia mentioned before, it's very critical to do a good market research before go to the market. It's not like a copy paste. So companies have to be prepared as well. So I think preparation is key. There is a lot of institutions like in the Quebec and other institutions across the country that helps exporters to prepare the commercial strategy, to get to know better what the market wants, how adapt their strategy to the new market, to do the due diligence, to get to know better the legal framework, to know how the regulations work as well, especially in a complex market like Brazil. So it's really key preparation, and as well the opportunity to develop new partnerships. I think now we have a very good opportunity. Peter mentions before that every challenge brings an opportunity, and I think the time is now to develop new partnerships. It's all about build bridges, connecting companies, connecting people, developing new partnerships. So for sure, one important step is to prepare, to take advantage of that kind of agreements.
Thank you so much, Margarita. I love how you mentioned about regulations, legal market challenge, and it's because that was exactly my next question that we can build up on a little bit more. So that's for Tom, because given your expertise on the structuring deals and market entries in Brazil, what strategies would you recommend to navigate potential regulatory, legal, and market challenges during this period?
Can I just go back to the AI question for a second? I think, and I listened to a couple of the panels about the startup stage. I think in the ag space, I think what people don't quite appreciate, or maybe you do in the agriculture space, it's one of the most technologically advanced industries in the world, actually. The amount of sort of technology and I would say venture capital and startup capital and seed capital being put into agriculture technologies that is out there is actually, it's one of the most well-funded industries out there. I think one of the opportunities I see for Brazil to participate in this, I think the cutting edge of that is really the United States right now for where the money and the technology is coming from. But the one advantage Brazil has with the AI platform is all the agriculture AI. Given the size of the crops and the size of what you grow in Brazil, it's the largest grain producer in the world. It's the third largest canola producer in the world. There are growers out there that if they could get their hands on some of this technology that looks at, solubility rates and, all this sort of ag tech kind of lingo about, adoption rates and utilization rates and specificity and precision ag, I think there's a lot of opportunity in Brazil. Is it going to happen overnight? I don't think so. But as we connect these startup companies that are located in North America with some players down there, I'm not talking about I think one of the things I learned from my past experience was, sometimes acquisition isn't the right model. Sometimes the right model is a joint venture, an operator agreement, or a license, or something like that. I think that in the AI world, in agriculture, it's coming, and it's coming fast, and it's more than just search engine type stuff. It's actually like filtering data and filtering results from crops and filtering, why does this flower grow faster than that flower? That kind of stuff some of my clients have. So I think there's a lot of opportunity in Brazil that way. So just thought I had that. On the regulatory challenges, again, agriculture and commodity trading into Brazil is so diverse. I think, when I advise clients to deal with the sort of large bulk products like potash and fertilizer, it's largely KAGI. It's largely the antitrust, it's the competition piece. It's how do you navigate that? How do you navigate KAGI sensitivities? How do you navigate, foreign trades, and especially with the sanctions coming off, and the sanctions on the war in Ukraine were sort of coming into Brazil, but then they never did. And a lot of countries kind of followed the same formula. It's like, food security is paramount. So anything that's going to impact growers, I can't really start putting sanctions on. And I think the US sort of followed that as well. So anything in that upstream sort of commodity space, I think is larger and sort of easier to manage. I think as you get into, what we learned or what I've learned in doing deals in Brazil is the more micro the actual targets and the actual acquisitions get, the more localized the rules become and the more complex it becomes in tax. So you really have to have your advisors there. The more complex it becomes in compliance, the more complex it becomes in distribution, the more complex it becomes in contractual. No, it's not impossible. I think it's one of those things where, with the right sort of teams, you can navigate this. And I do think one of the learnings that I bring too is for multinationals to participate in Brazil, having the right board composition for the multinational really helps. If you have a strictly North American Canadian board, they can really struggle with this idea of how things get done in foreign, not Brazil specifically, but generally. So, one of the strategies is if you're going to have a meaningful presence in Brazil, having some Latin American exposure on your board helps just for the internal sort of board discussions for when things are being processed and considered and approved. I think that's key. But I do think there are a lot of positives too. Like if you look at the private M&A space, as compared to, and there's a bit of an M&A junkie in me, but as compared to like the North American, Canadian for how contracts and deals are put together, the Brazilian type constructs with indemnities and holdback are much more purchaser friendly in Brazil than they are in North America and Canada, I would say. And I think, so the learnings and all of that I think it's really business specific. I think, you have to look at it from a holistic point of view, the positives, the challenges and the opportunities there. The opportunities is in the deal structure. It's quite a very friendly place to sort of get deals done for North American multinationals. I think the challenges are like any sort of foreign country, it's exposure to the country and how it actually operates at a regional level.
Well, thank you so much. That's very insightful. And we have navigating like all from tools to financing, now everything related to regulatory, legal market. Now I want to know how Brazilians do a good partnership with Canadian companies. So Gustavo, in your 20 years experience, what have you identified is a good ingredient to have this partnership between Canadian companies and Brazilian companies? Is it communication? Is it interrelationships? Is going to Brazil like, what is it like? What is the key ingredient of this?
Well, there are, I think, many things that we could explore here. Yeah, I will tell some of them. And one of them that Brazilians are very relational in a good sense. As Peter said, we like to shake hands, sometimes to hug.
The 2 kisses too.
Oh yeah.
This is just
It's part of the culture, but it's also Brazilians are very pragmatic in terms of trade. It differs from region to region in Brazil, of course. There are different characteristics here, but Brazilians are really open to make trades and to get to a final result. And this, I think, this is an important aspect of our culture. Yeah. The other thing is that I think Brazil is, as Sophia was explaining earlier, that today and nowadays we are really pushing for new trade agreements, and the private sector is ready for finding those markets and make more deals. And that's the thing when we think about the Trump tariffs right now. Of course, the U.S. will be a very important player for Brazil. It's the second destination of the Brazilian exports. A very good partner in terms of the quality of our exports to the U.S. But at the same time, the good thing about this is that we are opening the eyes for many other markets right now. And so Brazilians are willing to reach those markets with, like yourselves, like the Canadian companies right now. Yeah, we all know Canadian exports to the US represents more than 70% of your exports. So sometimes it gives you like a safe zone, but when the wave comes, you say, "Whoa, maybe we should be diversifying or have the diversifying word as a policy, a permanent policy of trade." And I think this is really important. At Apex, for instance, we, regardless of what is happening right now, we work with diversification each year for more than 50 sectors in Brazil. So each year we have what we call the priorities, to set priorities for each sector. It's a hard word to pronounce. And so this is like a model that we have. Now you should look on different markets. And it's strange because it's such like a basic rule of risks. You don't put all the eggs in the same basket. And sometimes you just forget about it. Yeah. So, yeah. So I think as we are all saying here in the last 2 days, this is the time, yeah, to make those partnerships happening. Yeah. And let me just jump on the AI thing that was such a fascinating.
Quiet when I asked, right?
I couldn't agree more with Tom regarding AI opportunities in Brazil in the ag tech sector. We have a very vibrant agriculture sector in Brazil, of course. We have increased more than 4 times the productivity by ape production in Brazil. This is because of research, because of data, because we have a wonderful public company called Embrapa in Brazil, which makes research, pays to research, and of course, together with the private sector. So they heavily use data. And of course, this is a sector that is using AI right now. And this is a scenario that has been changing a lot in the last years. 5 years ago, AI, okay, it's important. Okay, let's take a look on that. And if you go today, if you're not talking about AI in your business, there's something wrong. Even in our business as market intelligence department, I talk to my team and say, okay, why our responses are better than ChatGPT? Yeah, and we have to be better than that. When we also have to use those tools to enhance our models as well. We are working all behind this. Okay.
Thank you very much. And yes, the AI is not like just ChatGPT or Copilot. We're utilizing AI in every single industry for advanced manufacturing, for this surveillance, for example. All of these machineries are wonderful. So thank you. And I would love now to open it to you. If anybody have a question, we'll love to hear from you.
I'm going to start because you guys are all shy and we have the last panel. First of all, congratulations. You actually have all the components of building a successful partnership. And so congratulations, to our choices for you folks for that panel. But I do have a question. And the question is, if you were to choose a company, what would be the industry sector that you think should go to Brazil, and which Brazilian company should come here? And we'll start with Margarita. Margarita, coming to Quebec. If you were to say this Quebec company should go and this Brazilian company should come, what are the industry sectors?
I actually think there is a lot of opportunities in clean tech for Quebec perspective, and I think it's very complementary. I think Quebec has what Brazil needs, and sometimes vice versa as well. So I think clean tech, it's a sector that we are seeing really concrete opportunities, if I may say. I think the best example I can bring here is the Caisse de dépôt et de placement de Québec, CDPQ, the pension funds that is investing massively in Brazil, especially into energy transmission lines to connect with green technology and to help Brazil to develop faster the energy transition. So I think clean tech is one for sure, and as well Agtech, that was mentioned as well before, and smart mobility from both sides. I think innovation opportunities are there for sure.
We brought a company from Olivier down to like a substantial startup summit one year, and it was an EV battery company. And when she got down to Santa Catarina, she started talking to people there. She had solved a problem that had been plaguing them, and they actually built a partnership. It was fascinating. I will point out, she spoke no English, and they were able to do it. But I want to go over to Perna. So, EDC, you're probably pretty good guessing what one's going to go down, but let's have it back.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to piggyback a little bit on what Margarita said. I think I do a lot of work on clean tech. Clean tech is definitely a good sector, but if I have to tell you from a big picture perspective, I'm not going to name companies, but Canada has made really good inroads in sort of greening its oil sands and carbon capture, things like that, where we're the leaders in the world. Some of the biggest clean tech companies are based out of here, and I think there's a lot of complementarity in terms of that expertise, knowledge, know-how, and obviously those companies that provide those solutions in Brazil. So yeah, I think I'll say that. Similarly, I think sustainable mining, again, we have very high ESG standards. We have responsible mining practices. Those are things from a knowledge and know-how perspective, I think, could definitely benefit a lot of the industries in Brazil.
And of course, is there anything that's a surprise from Minas that you want to bring here and take there, Brazil?
Deixar essa application.
Great answer. Of course, our representative from Minas would have a longer list than mine. But of course, Brazil, the coffee, it's a very strong product from Minas Gerais state. We've also had like a vibrant industry in Minas Gerais as auto parts and machinery as well. So they are really important there. And from the other side, Canadian sectors to Brazil, clean energy, biofuels, tech sector, critical minerals, as we said before, they would add a lot to the mining X sector, which is like the dorsal spine of today of this relation. So I would add them as important sectors as well.
Tom, on the golf course, what do you think?
Watching the weather weather is killing you here, but okay. I mean, I'm biased to the ag sector, but I think there's a really interesting project going on in Brazil right now, Brazil Potash Corp. I think it's a play they have up in the Amazon to try to get some natural potash out of the ground. If those who don't know potash, it's a rare mineral. It's the largest deposit in the world is in Canada. The second one's in Russia, and then there's very minimal concentrations elsewhere in the world. Brazil is an import-dependent state, country. The state's very independent too. But I think like if you heard on the presentation this morning about maybe it was last night, this morning, but it was the spike in the potash prices. You're a price taker in the market. It's a spot market. It doesn't work like India and China where there's buying committees. It's at the whim of what's happening domestically. There's even data that shows when we were looking at this, back when I was at Agrium, doing the merger with Potash Corp, boats on the ocean will actually sort of change course to go to Brazil when the prices go up because they can actually do that from Russia. So I think the Brazil Potash Corp project is really interesting because if you could get domestic production in country, even though it's a small reserve amount, I think any amount will help for the Brazilian grower because it's right there. And notionally, you should save on all the distribution costs. And if you could be a bit more of a master of your own destiny when it comes to pricing, I think that'll be really interesting.
Very smart.
Quick question. I know we had reserves in the Amazon a few years ago. I think when Dilma was president, they sold some of that to a Canadian company that I guess, took the other. The Secretary of Geology for Manaus was here and it was a big deal. But the issue that they had, the challenge was getting it out on the Amazon. Like there's no inroads. Like it's literally in the middle of the forest, those reserves. So how are they doing that? And would that be they change the price of Torash because it might be expensive to get it out, right?
Greenfield potash is super expensive. There's no way about it. I mean, if you look at what's happening in Saskatchewan with BHP and what they've announced recently, it's an expensive project. And years ago, you know, the executives at Potash Corp would say that no one in the right mind would do a greenfield potash project. But that's just the thesis. So it is going to be expensive. I think you have to look at potash is one of those commodities where you have to look at it in 100-year cycles. And so, you know, if you can navigate the sensitivity of the region and you can actually get it out of the ground, that's when the sort of the real payoff happens. And I think it's one of those commodities where I think, you know, having spent enough time with it globally and, you know, advising on strategy when it comes to potash, food security and food and fertilizer, it strikes certain sentimental chords with governments and things like that. So you can get around the pricing and the raw numbers because it's filtering a need in the population that I think goes beyond just economic. It builds into the socio-fabric of what society is. And, you know, they would say back in, you know, the Arab Spring when it happened is, you know, if you want to start a civil war, just make people hungry. And so that's what, you know, our ex-CEO of Nutrien used to say. So I think like if you can actually, and I think, you know, they've got a great management team. I know the chairman of the company. I think they're all in it for the right reasons. I think once that project comes online, I think it actually, I mean, it's small, so it can only serve a small part of the Brazilian market, but I think any part will help. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's actually an incremental, and I think it sends a sign that, like, look, you know, we're thinking of ways to get around our vulnerability on importing 99% of this product from Canada and Russia.
And I think Bravo has some potash fields in northeast Brazil, right? Yes. Yeah. So I know, but we're still importing what, 90%? 95%?
Yeah, it's the largest potash market in the world, and it imports 90-something% of the products. So
Our chair of our Saskatchewan chapter, who isn't here, our chair of our Saskatchewan chapter, who isn't here, is actually married to the PHB. We have a running joke about this. And my wife is, like I said, we already know. Not to worry. Other questions?
I'll cut this from the record.
Yeah. He's heard me say it.
I will add just one sector. I was just thinking of one of the most important sectors in Ontario that is one of the best around the world is the life science sector. And we haven't discussed that, but life science is one of the most important in Ontario, and Brazil is so open to the doors to have interactions with biotech and medtech. I was leading a mission to Brazil this February with 6 companies. It was our first time on a mission on life sciences, but particularly on biotech and medtech. We went to the Albert Einstein Hospital, some laboratories. Immediately, one of the hospitals signed an MOU in that mission. 6 days of a mission, and they signed an MOU because the technology that Ontario can't provide to hospitals is like amazing. So that will be also for, I don't know, to put in your like minds for the future, like life science, wonderful opportunities, and Ontario very strong. I think Canada in general, but there is a lot of support from the government of Ontario to life science companies. So that's why it's kind of like a buzz and one of our priorities and the ministry. So with that said, I will close on a light note. So let's hear from our panelists on like a fun exercise that I like to do. Some personal questions. So I want to give you just 2 seconds to answer the question that I will do, and then I'll just click this. So number 1, Margarita, if you were a student again, what is one course you wish you had taken?
Personal finances.
Ooh.
That's amazing. So Gustavo, you are very careless on your job and you love it so much. But if you weren't working in this field, what career would you choose?
Oh. I would love to be a musician.
Oh.
Musician! Awesome. Tom, if you could have a lunch with anyone, dead or alive, who would that be?
Oh my. I would have to say, I know it's sentimental, but I never got to meet my great grandfather, so I'd probably pick him.
Hey, Jeff. Perna, if you were a superhero, what would your superpower be?
That's a good one. I have a young son and I'm surrounded by superheroes, but I think the Hulk. He seems really cool. And which one? The Hulk.
Oh, the Hulk?
Yeah, incredible.
I think you've got superpowers.
Great job. On a number, a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old, you know invisibility. So they are see them. As please out. Like, just become invisible. But with this, I will close. Thank you very much again for all of your. Michael, will you break some good ideas for diversification in the future thinking?
Please say it, Brenda.
Oh, what's this coming with the trade mission in the house? Theory. Where would just say
And I will start ready.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. Pleasure. Insightful. So that was our last panel. I do want you to know that our ambassador, the Consul General of Brazil, is here, Enio Cordeiro. So he is a gracious guy, and if you want to have a great conversation with him, you can, but he'll also sneak out. I watched you. Anyway, but please, absolutely, we're very honored that you're here, so thank you. So we have had some exciting news. We've had some very interesting views, lots of viewpoints. One thing that I think actually was missing, and it is missing in actual trade, we can get all the organizations coming and getting the people to come down and meet and shake hands. But the doing of actual business is the part that's missing. So we have to find the ways to not only shake the hands, but say, this is my product. Do you want to buy it? This is the price, and get the answer, yes, I do. And let's get it to me, let's get it to market. So we have many people here, a lot of smart people. But it's going to be the second call, the second visit, the second time you go. It's going to be the third time you go, not this first time. Okay? Something good will happen here because we'll make some connections and we'll pass on some leads and we'll get some advice and we won't be bad boyfriends. We will all follow up. Okay? But the only way to really do business is keep it going. Okay? So I want you to all go to Porto Alegre, down to Rio Grande do Sul. It's a beautiful city, and there's full of lovely cities around. We have Fabricio, who will give you the best welcome in the world. They have, so if you want to start off easy, you go to Southside. Okay? If you want to start off not so bad either, you just go anytime. All right? So I want you to understand that we have an organization that wants to do business and you've never heard of it and they're ready to buy. If you want to go to Minas, we talk about Minas all the time because of PDAC. And of course, it's the mining place. But look what else Minas has. Okay? So go to Brazil. You can go to São Paulo, you can go to Rio, everybody does, but it's a big country with lots of other great destinations that have business. They want to do business with you. Likewise, all you Brazilians, you are here in Toronto, but St. John, New Brunswick, you've never heard of it. It has a port that has gone down to Brazil. The whole team has gone down to Brazil for 12 years in a row saying, we want your business. Okay, so imagine going there and finding a whole community that wants you, that knows about you. Imagine going out to Saskatchewan and talking to Andre Roscoe's wife and saying, I want some potash as hub as she could get it, because we can make the connections there. And then the final thing is, all of you small producers, all you SMEs who are trying to find ways to make connections, we are happy to make connections. You don't have to be a giant company to export. So throughout this whole thing, I've had tons of calls and tons of Zooms trying to help people. We are actually doing a whole... there's a company in Santa Catarina that did a series of kitchens and had sold it to Home Depot in the United States. And they're ready to go. And it's 8 containers. And they canceled the order. So what we have done is we're now shopping around trying to find people who are building tiny homes to see if they can use portions of those kitchens. And it might actually work. So it is about connections, finding people who will talk on your behalf, who will sell you and take the information you give them. The people like Cynthia, the people like Paula, the people like Raquel, the people like Henrique Bilbao. Everybody will want to help, okay? And since they want to help, The only way they're going to help is if they know about you, if you reach out, if you talk to them. You know, we have Maril over here, we have Howard over there. All these people are willing to help. But you've got to reach out, you got to do the follow-up. We do too. Super grateful for Apex. Come on, a huge organization that was willing to share this. So thank you. Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Ambassador. And having just the legitimizing support of you folks is really great, Leonardo. Too, just it's so important. Thank you. Okay, it means something to have you here. It really does. And then on the other side, all the organizations that we're partners with. Thank you, OWIT. Thank you, PCBA. Thank you for everybody, and of course, thanking our sponsors because we don't have anything without sponsors. So McCArthy, Tétrault, huge help. This beautiful venue. The blinds are down. I'm kind of sad. It's a beautiful view. And of course, all of our sponsors, which you see here, they really are the people we depend on. So thank you all. That's the end. We are going to do a group picture, and it's going to be up here. And I love pictures, so come on up. Thank you. Oh, God.